I am one of 3 streams that you get notifications for. You want your show? Okay, cool. Watch me dive into the weird and wacky voices of crazed characters. Anyway. Let's do this. Okay, just had to put that there as a marker. Welcome, everybody, to session 48 of Forgotten Genesis Season 2.
It's been a week. It's been a nutty week. It's been a crazy week. It's been a wacky week.
I don't know if I should take that as a compliment or not, David, but thank you.
I don't think it's a compliment or an insult. I think it's a strange observation.
I mean, there's the good look for you, but at the same time, like I can feel it kind of being sarcastic in a way. But I digress. So let's go ahead and get started with. It's a good likeness. Okay. Well.
SAO.
Neseo. Cool. All right. Good timing. Fantastic. So.
We want some recap time.
Yes. Let's get to the recap.
Quit delaying. No more delays. No more delays.
What delay? This has been
Nope,
the least
nope,
delay
no,
that I've
what
done in a
delay?
while.
No.
You zip it.
No, asking what delay. No.
Thinks that last time was that when we dove into memories and opened a
No, we saved Ben. That's what episode. We dove backwards into time so we could get what's her head to come back through the hole. Then we found out that she was covered in demonic runes and her son was filled with demonic runes and ate them. And then we pulled all the runes out of his body with the help of everybody in this call because it was so disturbing, the description. I think everybody was like, holy fuck. That kind of moment. And we were all panicking on how to do it. Because the first attempt didn't go very well, but the second one worked.
Yep, you guys ended up recovering.
Got it.
Jillian
so
Mithranda.
Once I remember more about the session before last than I do last. Great.
Sometimes it's like that, you know?
Yeah, but you were really tired last week, I remember, because you kept almost falling asleep. Like you'd had a really, really long week with school, because that's what you said. You said that math was kicking your butt. That's what you told me. You told me math is kicking my butt.
Yeah,
and I'm like, I'm so sorry about the math.
Test at the... No, it wasn't a test, but we were wrapping up a unit.
Yeah.
Well, that's like the worst part is like when you wrap up a unit, you're like...
Today's not going to be much better because now we're going to play a role-playing game that involves math rocks.
Math rocks. Math rocks are different.
Math rocks are different.
Fun math.
Algebra is different than math rocks. And light algebra
Math rocks
actually.
And yes, that is getting.
I love me some light.
We like some math rocks.
David says hello.
Hello.
Also hoping your Thanksgiving was good, David. And of course for everybody that, was missing an interim week, I hope everybody's Thanksgiving was decent. I don't know why.
Oh, we also found out something's happening in Venestra's... Oh. Also, something happened to Venestra's ring. That it might be eating people or something. We don't know what's going on there. There was
Yeah, well...
got
really hot in there, and they were sleeping in the water like they weren't supposed to, don't you know?
And now Venestra is doing, or Amira is doing the Amira thing and magically studying shit.
I don't know
got
why.
the accent,
it doesn't matter
I might get
what my
stuck in
diet
it, and I
is or
really
what
don't
level
want
my
to be
health
in
is.
it.
Every time I've eaten Thanksgiving dinner in like the last 7 years, it has made me sick.
Somebody help me get out of this accent, because I'm going to be stuck in it if I don't get out.
No, it's fine. Do Midwestern Angel for the next 4 hours.
No, I don't want to do Midwestern Angel. She's not a Midwestern person, and she's
Hey
probably
there, I'm
gonna get
Subasa from
in this
Wisconsin.
accent. No.
I
Really
would
super
attempt
awesome.
to join in, but I don't think I can do a Midwestern accent. It would end up
You got a
sounding like
decent-
Irish
you-
or Scottish or something.
You do have a decent British accent. Not gonna lie, you have a decent British accent.
Well, yeah, British is really easy.
British is not difficult. It depends on which region you're from. Because sometimes you
The
go
way
to
you manage
posh
Midwestern
one
accent
side
is
of
replace almost every vowel sound with a hard eh.
Almost centered, kind of a little bit closer to the back of your throat too.
No, that's a more
In the
French,
back of your
French,
mouth.
French or Spanish. España. España is somewhere in the front, and then if you want to sound like a real French person, all you have to do is put it right at the back of your tongue.
And my leg's asleep. It has been a whopping
Avery,
20
I
minutes.
just,
This is the
bring
fastest
my
this shit's ever
Adam's
happened. Look at that.
apple as far up as it'll go and just keep talking. And
Everybody remind me not to adjust even an inch in my chair because then we're going to be in for a different problem.
don't move.
It sounds like a you problem.
It is a me problem.
It is a him problem. It's a big him problem.
It is a shockingly big me problem.
Need to know how big it is, okay? Not.
Big enough to get in the way.
Bro.
I mean, yeah.
You know what it reminds me of? Oh my god, all I could hear was a line and then it went away. Damn it!
I feel like that in and of itself was kind of a joke, but either way.
No! Why do we even have that?
So, anyone else have anything to recap?
Yeah, so, Megan,
I
of course, you
think
get your
I think
inspiration die for the recap. And then, of course,
And then-
brain just... Brr. Went straight off
Zan had to
Finestra's
make some
recap.
questionable rolls.
Yeah, I think I'm
False.
getting some fuzzy memories.
Yeah,
I
forgot.
was mostly just getting carried by.
And then
Violet
as soon
because I
as
feel
my
like,
one leg wakes up, the other one falls asleep and then wakes up so fast that I get the pins and needles feeling. What the
It's
fuck are
alright.
my legs doing?
It's alright. I'll help you out. It's no big deal.
Vanessa
No big deal
says
whatsoever.
Angel's separating her kids too.
That as well, yes. My eyelid is twitching. It's a vitamin K deficiency. I'm gonna be a goddamn banana. But I digress. I feel, you know, depending on the month, I'll go into a phase of a phase of a phrase that I say too much, and I think I digress is the one that I'm currently stuck on. I need to switch it back to buddy anyway. Or moving on, or any whoozer. Just add some fucking variety. Alright. So yes, Finestra, you get your inspiration die. Brick, you get your inspiration die. Neseo, as far as any recap that you can recall.
His mother's name is Juliana.
Close.
Ben's mother.
Jillian.
Juliana.
This is a D20.
Yes.
And they were in. Yeah. Found them in the treehouse.
Yeah.
Yip, 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 yip. In the Twilight Jungle in the Feywild.
Fantastic.
And there's an amber. Okay.
Megan and Nat. No. Amber.
Ceiling fan and Ann.
You're fine. You're fine. Yeah.
Sorry, Mia was just not wanting to go to sleep. She was just. Oh
It
my
happens. You
God.
gotta be a mom.
Usually she's not this difficult, but she does have a new bed, so it's to be expected.
One kid is a time sink. 2 kids is life consuming, and 3 kids is life.
You like some hay?
3 kids is hopefully by
That is
that
your
time
life.
one of them's old enough to entertain at least one of the others.
My guinea pigs, that is
Well,
not the case.
Amber,
Everybody is
recap.
now demanding hay. Where'd your water bottle go, child?
My
Where's your water bottle?
thing has given me and one of these fucking things that I cannot fucking pronounce to save my goddamn life.
Amigurumi.
Amigurumi.
Did your water bottle go, baby?
Essentially,
leave it?
error.
Where did your mother leave it?
When it comes to Japanese
Um,
words, it helps to break them into the syllables like
Let me go and check.
written originally.
And also just
There it is.
completely destroy the R pronunciation so it becomes amigurumi.
Exactly.
Amigurumi.
It's a little advanced, Joe. Don't do that. to her.
Don't break my brain,
The-
please. Come on.
The flip R is it's advanced.
It's
I
not.
don't know. Her best friend's Hispanic. It's basically the same idea.
Not true.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hey, hold on. I got a phone call.
It took me a few days to get that sound down.
You mean
Oh,
it sounds,
she's
it sounds
deafened.
like a V when you do it fast enough?
It sounds like the T in water.
No, it's no, like a D. Technically, it should sound like a D. It's not sounding like a D, right?
Yeah, the T in water sounds like a D when you say it regularly. Water.
Water.
I feel like we're talking about D too much.
Pronounces the T correctly during when I say water. I say water.
I don't
There's
say
an actual
water.
term.
I say water.
Okay, that's probably why she's deafened. Probably on an important phone call, if I had to guess. So in the meantime, while we'll eventually get to Amber's recap as well, let's go ahead and go over the RP question. Of course, starting first with Guinea.
Yes, hello.
RP question. What is it?
We'll start, of course, with Angel
Yeah,
for the
yeah.
characters here. How does your
wait.
character feel about receiving or giving orders? Are they more of a leader or a follower?
Angel has kind of been thrust into the follower thing. Kind of like an actual follower thrust into it is kind of actually the best way. If you want to be a leader, then you really probably shouldn't be a leader, which is usually the realization that situation people have. So she's kind of been thrust into it. And she's kind of it's like, I wish things were simpler, but I guess this is where we're at.
Fair enough. Same question, of course, for Violet. How does your
And it's
character
like, hell
feel
no.
about giving or receiving
Hell
orders?
no.
Is your character more of a leader or a
I
follower?
don't know. I don't know. I'll take orders and directions, but I'm gonna do it however I want. I'll execute the problem however I want. There you go. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Fair enough. Inspiration die for the roleplay question. Moving on to Avery. How does your character feel about
I'm
giving or receiving
just
orders?
gonna
Are they
go
more of a
with
leader
the
or a
flow,
follower?
and that usually involves just taking orders.
Taking orders. Okay. So you get your inspiration die. Moving on down to Xanon. Since Piper is currently muted. How does your character feel about giving or receiving orders? Are they more of a leader or a follower?
I would say
Hi.
he doesn't like receiving orders, but he does respect the hierarchy. Since that's how it's how he grew up. But I would say he's just a little more comfortable giving them since he was also captain of a ship.
Gotcha. All right. Fair enough. Moving that question on to Venestra and secondarily Amira, of course.
Question is this another D20?
Yes.
Now I feel like I need specification.
Yes, it is. All right. Venestra is used to giving orders, but she's perfectly fine taking orders too, as long as someone can advise why someone should do X. And Amira is generally indifferent. Fair enough.
What's the question?
D20 inspiration die. So, How does your character feel about receiving or giving orders? Are they more of a leader or a follower?
Okay, so Bruce is a follower through and through. Him lead? Nah. This is Scooby-Doo Batman Markiplier here. No.
Fair.
Little bean of cuteness.
He's not a little bean of cuteness, he's a big bean of cuteness. Anyway. Piper, it depends. Like, if it's in her clinic, she would rather be the one that's giving the orders, and if somebody tries to give her orders in her clinic, she will fucking murder you.
Thinks it's Angel in case, but if they have a better idea, they'll yell at each other.
In a hospital.
It's like, I'll murder you and bring you back! Don't question.
Tonight on Phase Anatomy.
Other than that, if it's...
There it goes.
Okay, if it's something medical, she would rather be she'd rather be the one giving orders, because it's now her specialty, her specificity, her hyperfixation. But anything else, she's okay with taking orders. She's not good at giving orders if it's not medically related.
Right. All right. Totally fair, totally solid. And just for shits and giggles. Wait, oh, you already answered for Bruce. Okay, inspiration die.
I was about to say, he don't give the orders. He just follows them, because if you ask him, what do you want to do? He's going to go,
Just for shits and giggles, how does Amber feel? No, I'm kidding. Anyway, so. Yeah, it's inspiration die all around. Fan-fucking-tastic. I think we're solid. I think we're covered. I think we are good to go.
Rick is
Oh.
not a leader, but he's not gonna blindly follow orders either.
Yep.
If he doesn't get a Y, then he's just gonna fuck right off.
Fair enough. And then, recap for member as well. So that'll be your other inspiration die. Your recap to the best of your ability. It's a little out of order for you, but to be fair, you were deafened for a bit, so it's all right.
okay, so I know that Angel gave birth to more kids. Pith came along and after was tried by Ben, and then Pith decided to fuck off without actually hearing Angel out, which Piper is absolutely ready for that fucking fallout when it comes back around. And so we went to go grab Ben. Angel tried to pull, or actually did manage to pull Ben's mom out of the past, found out she was a flesh golem, killed her, resurrected her body, found out that Ben was on his way to becoming a demonic flesh golem. We saved his soul and his life. And Piper's standing around with a scalpel and a syringe going, so do I need to cut somebody open, yes or no?
No, no, we're good now. Thanks.
Fair.
There you go.
All right.
Best of my knowledge.
I remember that much. I remember that we finished and you were still.
I still need to fix my camera.
What the fuck was that?
All my dice fell down. I have new dice and stuff.
I'm sorry. It just sounded like somebody ran over your tail,
like-
Megan.
Or like
I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. Nothing
CD
happened.
readers, like an old CD
Oh, yeah.
reader also.
Nope. I don't know what you're talking about. Nothing
Spinning up.
happened. No one saw
As Vanessa eloquently puts it, Megan became a pterosaur.
No one saw anything.
Dinosaurs.
Are we ready?
Oh yeah, we are ready. So,
I need music.
with that final note of, no one really needs cutting open.
We went to bed. Everybody went to bed.
Afternoon turns to evening.
No, it was already like 12 o'clock at night.
It's been
Oh,
midnight.
yeah, you guys were up. It
was
was
midnight.
already late as fuck. Okay.
It was late as fuck.
I remember now. Yeah, Avery just snatched Aiko and dragged her.
We're
over.
going to bed.
It's like, we're going to bed. And Nick just picked up Angel and was
They're
like,
coming out.
bedtime. Bedtime is now.
Alrighty.
Finestra,
Fantastic.
Finestra with Avery's kid. Oh yeah, Avery has a kid now.
Yep.
Yeah.
That
yeah,
happened.
we took Andrew's kid with us. Yeah.
Avery's now
can't take it.
father
Oh
mother.
my god. You're
I'm
the
letting you
fucking-
know that Angel cannot take it into the necklace or it will hurt the baby. So it's going to have to literally sit
Okay, the calendar just refreshed.
because it's a
itself again.
healing
Let's
space,
fix
part
that
of the
shit.
heaven.
Yeah.
The minute it starts crying, because you have to cross over the threshold, is the minute it goes inside of a different space. She has another one, but it's like it's a carrying case for all the babies, like it's a palanquin type thing.
Avery is now father mother.
Avery is now changeling parent, as that is oft weird to be either way.
Nicodemus had the same situation happen to him, so
So, as night falls and unconsciousness claims you, I'll do something I haven't done in a while.
yes.
We're gonna go character by character here.
Dream sequences.
Everybody except for Guinea.
Damn
Deafen
it.
yourselves.
Okay.
Do what?
Definitely.
What?
Yeah, I have to.
Deafen ourselves. Everyone except for okay.
Okay.
And then it'll go everyone except for Avery and so on.
Which means Nick is combined dream with us now. So right? Nick can share our dreams, yes, for some nights.
Usually, yes.
Yeah, but sometimes he has Pender dreams, and Angel's not privy.
Angel. Tsubasa Mochizuki. Brick, no cheating by watching the stream. I see you in chat. Okay,
It's okay, let him do it if they gotta.
it is what it is. As unconsciousness claims you, you feel your subconscious float adrift.
Ode.
A number of things have happened in the last couple of days, a number of crazy things, let alone the last two. Usually these are signs of things that would draw in an old foe, and in the case of the last few days, it has, more than once. And in that, you've decided to change his form yet again. You've also summoned forth a number of, admittedly, at least as far as your divine predecessor would be concerned, defective births. Joinings and mixtures of divine beings and non-divine beings that should never have conjoined. And so it is here floating in your subconscious that you were also present with your many, many offspring. Every single note adopted and born. You've grown used to seeing the crowd outside of you gathered together. You compartmentalized it in some ways as a parent, but here, in these raw spiritual forms as they present themselves, you are well and truly confronted by the mass of souls you have accumulated and produced alike. Many that have already been created and brought out of you, many more yet still, faded, slightly discolored motes that have yet to truly find form. Echoes of children yet to be had. It's your most recent set. These conjoined few that Nicodemus was already attempting with soul splitting. Soul splitting, that is, specifically to try to separate them out. You do see these motes, the echoes and the discolorations. Some of them haven't really successfully been split. Case in point, that little Draconoid with the writing on their chest. Even the soul you can see, traces and wisps of it coming off, forming into writing. celestial script. It doesn't seem malformed, however, as if this joining was right. There are a couple more here that you do see like that. But you see that serpent child split properly between Pendra, between Memoria, between Vistris,
All Father.
between all the
She's
six.
She's trying to. The ones that would probably be the most forced through would probably be the ones that are from Exandria.
Yeah.
Because she knows that it's a different set and it doesn't sit right if it's not its own thing. Does it make sense?
Yeah.
Because she doesn't want to see it be twisted.
As each and every one of them do have this sort of natural separation. And you can even see Nick there, sort of gently peeling each and every one apart and sort of spreading them into their own unique beings. Your eyes are still drawn to some of those yet to be. One. A soul drifts by, dark, empty, destructive. It's Okuth, as far as you can tell. Even his soul looks almost like it's a void in space, in a way. A wormhole. There's an echo of something on the other side. A secondary presence. Doesn't seem malicious. It just seems curious. Something waiting on the other side of the gate. As it focuses and breathes. As Nick turns to look at it, you see almost like a spill on a watercolor canvas. His face distorts as it tries to look in his direction. As if Nick is unable to fully see it.
Angel's going to reach into that weird statics part of herself.
Roll me an Arcana.
+17 plus 10. No, plus 12 because of our new level ups.
So it'd be just plus 11, it wouldn't double.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So 29. Reaching into that static, that same sensation of magic, you can feel that almost like trying to find a channel in a disconnected radio. What are you looking for?
If it's not malicious, I'm able to read light and dark because of the gift that I have.
Mm.
So, am I getting the gray, the white, or the black?
Gray. Not malicious, not benevolent either, just curious. Raw, unfettered. Conceptual curiosity.
Great old one.
It also doesn't have that weight to it. A great old one largely occurs when an idea is thought and overthought and iterated and reiterated until it distorts into something maddening and has a depth through which powerful secrets can be grasped. This is
think there would
something
be
fresher than that.
If I reach... It's a moat, right? A moat inside of a moat?
In this case, and it sort of reflecting Elkuv, there is a slight humanoid shade to it. Unlike the rest of the moats here.
Was he human before he was what he was? I
As you
remember that,
recall
right?
from Elkuv's past, I mean, he was at least some variant of a humanoid. So there was that sort of humanoid physicality to him before he expanded into that obsessive mess.
She's going to grasp... She's going to imagine what would be the claw of what they would have together.
Mm-hmm.
And cage the moat inside, not separating it from Alkuv completely, just to see what it is and what will happen if she touches it. And keeping it in that aura of love, because it's that the
Roll me a vibe
combination of
check.
all three of them. Okay. D20. Okay. What did you say are I have expertise in vibe. So what should be mine?
That's an additional +2 from what your roll normally looks like.
So that'd be a 12 plus 2? Yeah? Or...
On top of your original roll. Okay, so it's going to be basically, if you're looking at your proficiency bonus, that's going to be, since it's 7 and it's doubled, it's +14, and then
Okay.
plus your wisdom bonus, plus whatever you rolled on the d20.
So the plus the 3 for the wisdom bonus with the dragon
So,
heart.
okay, so 17 plus whatever you rolled on your d20.
17 plus 15.
28. Wait.
17 plus 15? No.
No. 32. Excuse me. Math game, everybody. So, 32. Okay. So, are you reaching here to try and connect with it, to grasp it, to pull at it? What's the goal here?
Will it break what he is? I would know that instinctually.
With that vibe check, you know that grasping whatever this entity is won't likely harm Elkuv in any way. With an excess of 30, you got that.
She's going to grasp around it and hold it in the palm of what would be the god itself.
As you go and you grasp it, you almost see a redundant after image of your own hand layering under it. As your hand goes down, Nick's hand, another hand, yours, and it keeps sort of layering and buffering down onto itself. And you feel not this cold, destructive hunger that you felt when you originally went to turn Elkuv. Just raw, young curiosity. Like a squirrel inching close to a new animal in the forest. Like a dog finding an unfamiliar food for the first time. Like a baby wondering what that bit of granite rock tastes like.
Like it can eat him?
No, just description of reactionary curiosity. And you can tell, you can feel that
I
feeling.
get that, but it's still a type of devouring you're discussing. You're discussing a type of devouring. Alkuv is a god.
Right. It is expressing that kind of curiosity toward you. Feeling that you get the sense it can see the sort of link Elkuv has to you. With the way it seems to almost tug on that thread.
And it's one of Angel's motes?
Is a shade, some sort of concept and idea, some essence that is linked to Elkuv specifically. Elkuv is linked to you, and so it's
The God
expressing
Eater.
curiosity about you. This thing again feels young. It feels new. You're
She's going
able
to
to glean a lot
impart-
with that 32. I'm just saying.
She's going to show it every bit of sorrow that comes from the loss of such a thing. Because a child doesn't like sorrow or pain.
Okay, you're going to project sorrow into it, so projecting an emotion, let's call that another vibe check.
And what it's planning to do, considering she can tell what it's trying to reach at.
And again, you don't feel anything malicious coming off of this thing.
It doesn't know. It's like a baby, it doesn't know. She's gonna teach it something. She's going to, I rolled another 17 for
Okay.
that.
So another 32. As you project forward those emotions, those ideas, basically the danger of what Elkuv was into its mind, you can see it retreat. Like a shocked child who's had its hand slapped for the first time.
It's a baby god. Would I know that?
Roll me a religion check.
Natural 20.
Natural 20.
Yeah.
Creatures of intention, this raw, this unrefined, that are this new, have the potential to become things like that. They can become great old ones. It depends entirely on how much mortal perception gets focused on this idea and how it then distorts. This has something this raw and this new has as much potential to become a great old one as it does a god of destruction, as it does a spirit guardian from Solai.
She is going to impart the knowledge of everything Amora was and what she stood for into this creature and all of the good that she did despite this pain that was felt.
You're going to project divine intention into this thing. Okay.
Not
Give
divine
me-
intention. The what she did, protecting humanity,
Okay.
creating good things for
Divine
it.
record.
The-
Right, okay. Yeah. Go ahead and give me either of...
Considering it makes Angel's brain buzz, and it's the one thing that happens when she's sleeping.
Yeah, given that
This is gonna be-
this is drawing on Amora's.
Amora.
Give me Amora.
More
Excuse
than-
me. Given that this is drawing on Amora, go ahead and give me a religion check to project this forward.
That is a 19.
Plus,
Plus, my religion is 10.
19 plus 10, 29. Okay. Given that you are basically just projecting intent into this thing, it's a much lower DC than trying to basically force it to be something. So, that said, 29...
All the kindness and all the warmth.
Yeah, 29 still reaches enough of a DC for me to roll a percentile here. Okay. Oh. I got a 1 on a D100.
She's gonna be reborn?
So,
Oh my god, that just puts another great old one in our space.
not exactly.
Is that the opposite?
So, as you project forward this memory, this idea, this record, you feel a planar expanse open above you. You've known about this plane, you've been to it. It's sort of linked to the dream realm in a way, the Akashic record, where, memories of all things dead, alive, and everything else kind of get stored.
I mean, like Angel's brain is a fire. Yeah, I know.
And you can feel, as that gets opened, something get drawn from yourself, but not up into the record. You can see it glow and pull out almost like this glowing pink rose-colored magical funnel. As something starts to pull down from the infinite expanse of bookcases and brainwaves and memories and screams and yells and cries and joyful laughter begins to get pulled down through this funnel, that same brilliant golden rose color, and floods into this being. It recoils at first, but as it recoils, you can see the shade tighten. Its humanoid form grows more defined, almost in its shade-like state, and it more and more and more and more and more looks like a little girl curling into a ball. Still gray, made of raw, almost watercolor-like memory, but you can see veins begin to permeate through that shadow. Rose
Is it
color.
pulling out my own energy?
No, not pulling anything out. Drawing from a record. As it curls in, you see veins begin to form through that shade. More and more, and you can feel a shaking cry. A cry for intent, a cry for connection. And then you hear actual weeping.
She's gonna reach her hand out.
As you do so and you touch this shade, I need you to give me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, it's not bad. 8 plus 10. I only have con saves for this shit sometimes.
Okay, 8 plus 10. Means this won't happen immediately in the morning. As you touch this shade, the gray, wispy, moving idea starts to gain more definition. The physique, the physical traits start to mimic your own in a split second of recognition before you feel it disappear into the very
I'm my
hand
own
that touched
grandpa?
it. Not quite. Let me finish the description. As it disappears into your hand, and you feel another mote join that centrifuge inside of your body. Not spinning rapidly with the rest, but sitting in the middle, golden and rose-tinged in its color.
I'm gonna do some things. Wait, can I do one thing? Can I wake one thing? In the memory, she's broken. I'm gonna fix it. Before she's born.
In the memory, yes. You won't be able to do that here as you are waking up. She won't be born she won't be born in game today. So you'll have time to try that, certainly.
Oh, technically she's gonna be born today, just not when I want her to be born.
This one won't. This one
Oh.
won't.
No, Joe, you're confusing me. Please don't do this to me during game. I'm so broken
The other
right
ones
now.
on your list will. This one won't. This one's
Okay,
new.
I need you to write out what's going on because I'm literally having like a mini panic attack. I don't need crazy race right now.
Okay, your 18 on your con save dictated that this new moat won't be born today.
Okay. But it's her, or is it just a record of her?
As far as you can tell, it is a raw conceptual being that was built off of curiosity. It is not her. You have supplanted it with many of her memories, however. Not absorbed, not stolen, not taken, just supplanted with those seeds. It is not her.
So she won't have the ability to be what me and Nicodemus are, but she'll have an ability to live an actual life.
She will grow to become something manifest of those ideas. Roll me an Arcana
That's
check.
the issue. That's
Roll-
where I'm having the
roll me an
you're really confusing me.
As you are coming to consciousness, I will allow you the moment to glean a sort of sane moment of trying to glean what this thing may be turning into.
With the what roller was it rolling?
An Arcana or Religion, whichever works better.
So both of them, one of them is a 12 and one of them is a 13. One of them a 10. I got a 19
Okay, plus 12.
with the Ashari die.
Okay, or in this case, plus 13 because of the additional bonus to proficiency. So 25. Yeah, actually, 25 is your TC, so that works. This will not form into a god. It will not form into a celestial.
It's a concept.
What you have guaranteed is that whatever will form will be will be benevolent, which means it is narrowed down not to great old ones, as they are notoriously incredibly gray, but most likely something close to a spirit guardian, driven entirely
Interesting.
by love and loss. So that's going to be based on however you end up choosing to mold that. It will not be born very soon. You rolled an 18, so it's going to have time to gestate. And should you want to dive in and find anything broken,
But it's going to be on fire.
and should you want to dive in and find anything broken, you have time to do that. Now,
One thing in my dream state can I do, because I would have done this before when I knew I was going to sleep.
mhm.
Can I tap my finger twice?
2.
Tapping the finger is calling Edgerman. That's what that means.
Sure.
I'm going to let him know he needs to bring everyone. And if they're not on their in the way, he needs to bring them.
All right. We'll roll to see if that message gets received, given the weird fugue dream you've entered into. High or low?
Let's look at it. Hi.
73.
74.
Okay. You are confident that that message reaches the ears you intended to, as you can feel it drop below your field of consciousness into something that admittedly makes your stomach turn a little bit. Hell is hell, after all.
I'm also going to give him that mental image of those tieflings,
Okay. All right.
which he never wanted me to ever be able to have.
Cool.
So
As you come to consciousness in the morning, let everybody know you deafen, Avery undeafens. As we get into Avery's dream.
All right.
Okay. unconsciousness reaches you gently, as it does with Aiko. You've had a long series of days, some interesting experiences with the Aurora, some jumps into previous memories, some realizations, hell, some diving into holy waters that have, at least in small ways, managed to help heal you and your partner. Sleep has never been an easy process for you to get into since you got sick. But, at least to its benefit, being unconscious and in a dream state, at least is somewhere where your brain can retreat from the pain, at least most of it. And as you sink, you find yourself falling low. Lower and lower and lower and lower into the seas of unconsciousness, dropping farther and farther. It feels meditative at first, and then it feels like a raw, free fall. Usually when this sensation reaches you, let alone anybody you've talked to about it, the sensation of falling in a dream will snap you right awake as the body thinks you're falling. But you continue to fall. It's a familiar fall, a familiar smell, a familiar flash of light, like the first time you fell into the Feywild and encountered this new group of companions. You even see the same tree you were falling toward. As you fall toward the ground, however, there's no one casting out any magics to catch you, and as you attempt to cast out your own, no magic finds your fingertips, and you fall to the ground through a canopy like wet tissue paper. You are now falling outside of a building. A large... brain just turned right off. A large copper castle falling through layer after layer after layer of the abyss. You remember this one, but you weren't outside of the keep, you were inside of it at the time. You are falling right next to a massive shell of an ancient golem. As it reaches out, its massive metallic hands grabbing you and shoving you into its chassis. And now you fall in an empty black void. A room lights up next to you. It glows intensely. Another room, another room. All this same ancient golem script, and you can feel it starting to breach into your mind, dull it like a bad migraine, like being next to a heavy bass speaker too close, blasting, burrowing, hurting, and breaking your eardrums and your mind before your eyes splinter out into those same indigo pattern neurons, cracking, crackling, and snapping into those runes, pushing and shoving and crashing against them, a serenade of broken static in your mind. As then you hear that same hissing that you remember hearing when the Shoggoth core was first dropped. Metallic, mechanical, that sound, and yet, as it echoes through your mind, screeching at a volume that you couldn't handle when you were awake in front of it, and yet your subconscious and unconscious mind now is forced to comprehend, you realize it is not the sound of metal and corrupted machine, but a creature, a hiss. Something massive. Impossible in its size and scope. And it's got its eyes on you. Now go ahead.
Can I attempt to communicate?
How do you choose to attempt to communicate with it?
I would plainly ask, who are you?
Who are you? You ask it out. Who are you? Who are you? And it begins to echo out each and every different voice that you've chosen as a changeling. Echoing out, multiplying, and cascading out a dissonant mess of that same question. It changes languages, changes tone, changes gender, changes being. You hear it in deep speech. Spoken at you. Who are you?
I am here. Start. Changing my name.
Changeling. Built on the change. Built on the ability to shift perception. You feel a shock, like electricity racing through your neurons. And it itches right above your left ear like a burning question. Change. Do you like to change? I said again, it came in a little faint.
I would.
Are you sure? And you hear it whisper that into your ear. Sounding almost like your voice now.
I want to change in certain ways. As anyone does.
I need a yes. Or a no.
Avery, Starling.
And I need more clarification. Before I provide either.
Maybe we should get to know each other better first. And you feel shunted away from its perception. As then you feel like your neurons, your brain is dancing, twisting, trembling. You look down instinctively at the cracks on your skin, and they almost shudder like shifting and shedding scales. More cracks still there, and yet you see just barely the veins underneath, shifting and wiggling like tendrils. And you awaken to the following morning. You may deafen and let Amber know to undeafen.
Sorry.
By the way, in case Megan asks this later, I rolled to see which characters would get this. Violet did not for hers. Angel did.
Okay.
Piper does for this one as well.
Okay.
So Piper.
Mm-hmm.
Trance comes as easily as ever tonight. Slipping into that state of semi-consciousness after focusing and devoting some more time onto these experimental plants and graphs. So many useful little prospects for medicines. And there were a lot of good ideas here. Some of which malformed, some of which most likely done while they were either drunk or high. It's not unfitting, though, especially for someone accustomed to doing face shit.
Yeah.
Still. You recall that mention of the Twilight Jungle. You've heard about it. A peaceful place. Your mind drifts to it, thinking about what people have described it as. As it drifts, your perception in your trance shifts as well, focusing on it through your mind's eye. You don't usually get this clear of a picture. And then you realize that sort of half-conscious trance-like state that you're in. It's a little deeper, reaches a little farther than normal. Didn't used to do this, not a couple of years ago. You've been getting more expansive reach in these sort of half-dream states for a while. You feel focus and you feel pull. And eventually you feel a pleading, a pulling intent, a question, a proposition, a voice. Not your own, not anyone you know. It's Fae-like, it's young. And it's here in the Twilight Jungle, where Fae experience emotions that they are ever so unused to, ever so mortal. You find a small girl kneeling in a patch of starlit moss. You see some memorabilia, some beans from Capulus Medicus, a passerby, likely that passed into, or at least around your place. She's testing it, testing the beans, seeing how they'll influence her in a place like this, and it's entering a strange fugue state. She's working with magic, twisting wild magic, twisting fame magic, trying to interpret, trying to pull information, trying to pull intent, trying to pull on secrets, trying to draw on them from the beings, trying to draw on them from you. It is your domain, hence your ability to notice. This doesn't seem like a thief. But you know what this could be if you decide to answer. A warlock under your power. In this
Why
case,
not?
a quite literal coffee lock.
Hold on.
Do you answer this poll, this curiosity from this girl?
Yes.
Okay. As you answer it, you feel your perception widen for a moment. As if all the darkened twilight color in this area sharpens into its brightened and intense detail on this girl. Clearly, she looks to be some lesser twilight fairy. Small in her stature, young for a fairy all the same. Looks to be, at least for a fairy equivalent, maybe 14. But those same sort of little twilight, starlight colors cascade through her hair. Her wings seem to almost naturally drift off sugar. You can see that small little farm pack of little sugar plums carrying it on her back. How do you present yourself to this little fairy?
Probably kind of more in my water form because the other forms are scary.
Okay.
Let's not scare the child. Hold on 1 second. Here.
Brilliant timing.
Okay.
All right. As you appear in your water form, you immediately catch this gleam of it as those fluttering wings on her back pick up speed a little bit, and she looks almost frantic. And then you realize, almost with a keen observance, it's just the caffeine in her system kicking in.
Wait, who are you? Wait, you feel like the beans. I'm trying to unlock the bean. I was asking who made it. It's you. Yours aren't long enough for an archway. Wait, they're long.
Yes, it was me.
Can you tell me about the bean?
Sorry. Okay. What do you mean?
There's magic in them. And last time I ate one, I was
Yay.
able to summon it to my fingertips and shoot. I was able to shoot this.
And she sticks out her hand, and a frantic, hyper energetic, almost deep roasted brown in color coffee eldritch blast escapes from her palm and breaks against a branch.
Oh, careful with that.
It's kind of happening at random, and I'm having trouble with it, and I got to figure out more of what's going on with these beans. Wait, is this your fault?
I mean, I made them, and normally they're just found in my home.
You made them. You made them. You made them. You made them, and you made them, and they teach me.
Okay. Sure, I guess.
What do you want in exchange? There's usually a back and forth to this.
Piper has never thought this far. Don't know. Oh God, I'm gonna die. Oh.
Careful, Amber. You can't succeed on death saves in the real world.
Shut up! Well, I guess, for now, until I think of something better, just go around, being good to people, I guess? I don't know, I'm new to this thing.
Go around and be good to people.
Like, if they're hurt, bandage their wounds. If they're hungry, feed them.
Samaritan work. But the
Hey, but doctor! What do you expect?
fine. Now just tell me how these work.
I guess I'll show her. And apparently me cough laughing is scaring the baby.
Okay. As you agree to this, you inherently learn her name as you claim your first warlock.
Woo!
Her name is Spec Slumberfleck.
Back Slumberfleck. Okay, hold on. Back E Slumberfleck. Okay.
She is a sugar plum fairy.
Yeah, I gathered.
Every night when you go to trance, or every twilight, given that is her local state of being, you may entreat upon her and assign a task to her. Something that you may not have the time to do yourself. And much like any adventurer, I get to roll to see how well she succeeds. And you may be able to also offer an additional die of assistance toward that goal. Now, with that, having taken longer than expected, you come out of your trance.
My butt's going off.
You may
Hold on.
deafen and let Neseo know to undeafen.
Whoop.
There we go.
Sorry about that.
All right. Idlesh. It's been a long time since you've been able to actually sleep. Getting stuck in that fountain was the most infuriating experience. Maddening. You feel tense and even angry, but given that you have all of Xanon's memories, you know that at least deliberately evil intention around any of these places claimed by Kirin or any of these places claimed by a little known named Angel will likely get you ejected from this body, if not completely destroyed. So you have to play your cards right in the right places. Still, this place at least has provided its benefits. And as you fall into sweet unconsciousness, you can find receded in the psyche of the body you inhabit, made passengers in their own bodies, Xanon and Ravik. How does Xanon and Ravik feel about their possessor?
I would say
As they have the opportunity to interact with him. Or it, I should say.
how do they feel? I would say violated and very angry. Like, you stole something from me and I want it back.
An interesting note of separation. While Idolish, you were able to draw on the storm that Xanon has possession of. As much as you've tried in the time since you've possessed him, the few hours that it's been, you have not been able to rip it from its grasp. It is bound to him. And the fact that even after a possession something manages to be kept from you, you find it a little annoying.
So I can talk to this entity.
Yes.
All right, Xanon would ask, what is your goal? Like, what do you want?
Freedom from that insipid fountain. Freedom from that ring. And honestly, a little bit of vengeance. I want to kill the one who bears it. I want to melt that ring. I want to destroy it. What trapped animal wouldn't want to destroy their cage? And kill their warden?
Who put you there?
Something I'm hoping to use your body to find out. It's been too long and I've forgotten its name. But there are books on everything in a place like Zaria. If you chose to work with me, rather than continuing to keep things from me, I might be able to steal back your position in your family. Get you back home. I'd have to be along for the ride. I don't know how long it's been since I've had a body. Time's weird in there. How does that sound to you, Xanon? You can feel radiating off of Ravik, just staring dead at this thing with rage in its eyes. Ravik is a full dragon, and having one pulled over on him does not feel good.
Yes. Xanon feels like you stole his most prized possession from his hoard.
You kind of steal the vault if you steal the keys.
I think at this time, even though Xanon wants to kill this guy, I think he would only see one way out of this. I'm not sending you to my home, but I'd be willing to help you find another body.
Oh, I've gotten very comfortable in yours, little dragon. Feels fitting that I'd use it to kill the other half-dragon that helped keep me trapped, even if she doesn't know it.
I can help you find a new body, or I can resist you every step of the way.
I like games. Fine, if you want to go the route of me breaking you little by little, we can do that.
I only offer this once.
So do I.
If you reject it, I will not rest till I destroy you.
You know, it's one easy way to start breaking you. Going after that little girlfriend of yours. She's fascinating and quite a good lay. That muscle memory is delightful between your legs.
Joe,
Yeah.
where are we right now? Like our physical bodies?
physical bodies, wherever Idlesh technically chose to go to sleep.
Okay, so as a passenger, I can't. Don't I see?
You are able to see.
Uh,
You've been able to see everything that Idlesh has been doing, including apparently learning to lie.
okay. Since. Hmm. He's possessed both of us.
Yeah,
Right, same
because you are
time?
soul-bound, he's been able to do that.
Okay. Can I attempt anything, or do I have no control?
In this environment, you have no control. That said, there are certain conditions and environments where I may be able to get you to make a roll. Places where maybe magic and possessive forces are a little weaker. Which, mind you, Idlesh will be aware of and try to avoid.
I mean, like something small, not like
Oh yeah, planting seeds of doubt, that
push him
kind of
out.
thing.
Not like push him out. I mean, like temporarily control my fingers or something.
Something like that. Yeah, absolutely. As far as a small bit of resistance, go ahead and give me a charisma saving throw.
It wouldn't be like how do I say this? It would be like, okay, I'm gonna paint you a scenario.
Mhm.
Imagine we're at a dinner table. We have utensils in our hands,
Mhm.
and as Adalesh is eating, I could like use the hand to grab some sauce or convent or something.
And try to write or
But-
do something like with Morse code. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead and give me a charisma
Excellent.
save. See if you might be able to glean the ability to do that. In which case, I will count it as an ability to put in your pocket and be able to put in use when you choose. If you succeed.
Okay. One sec. Can't do that. Okay. You said charisma save?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just looking over my stuff. Okay, 27 total.
27. Absolutely. So, you now have in your pocket, as currently a one-time use for now, the ability to regain control of your dominant hand. This will last for 10 minutes. It is a one-time use.
Okay. With that said, since I can do this at will, no, sorry, okay, I can cast Thunderwave at will. Without a spell slot or any components.
Mm-hmm.
Could I attempt to do that, or would that use the one-time use thing?
Does the spell require verbal components?
One sec. Yes, it does. Damn.
Okay.
Verbal and
Unfortunately, you
somatic.
didn't get control over the mouth, so that is unfortunately not quite in the wheelhouse. That said, the drawing and painting thing, absolutely within
But
the realm of possibility.
it says I can do it without components.
Without components, yes, that would be the... some spells require a physical component as part of the casting.
Thunderwave is just verbal
So-
and somatic.
Yeah. Components being material. And this means you're able to do it without material components. So somatic is usually hand movements. If it was just somatic, you could absolutely do it. Or if it was even somatic and material, you might be able to fish out that material with your hand and then do it. But in this case, because of the verbal trait, you are not able to summon that at the moment. That said, you have a viable tool in your arsenal. Either way.
Okay.
Alright. With that, your perception goes dark as Idlesh decides to take the time to enjoy his slumber. Technically yours. In a way. Go ahead and let Venestra know that it is their turn. Go ahead and deafen for me.
Would this count as a long rest?
Absolutely, yes. You guys are progressing to the next day, so...
Okay.
Okay, so ahead of time, I apologize to both the people at the back and the front of the line for this, given that it was kind of a lot of you guys not being able to hear anything, yourself included, and I will say that again once I ask everybody else to indefinite. I think I have a whisper channel for this specifically. I don't know why I didn't use that, because then it would have given everybody an opportunity to actually talk to each other while I'm doing this. But I digress. So, Venestra. In this case, because this is still a separated event and deafening is kind of a little bit useless with you in chat, I think, yeah, talking DMs. Exactly. There we go. That'll work. All right. So, you go to sleep. Comes pretty easily tonight, especially after the long, chaotic series of days. Amira, I'm assuming, is likely in your lap or on your side, resting somewhere on you or near you. And as your mind drifts, your dream is immediately interrupted by a down. You're still unconscious. You feel that subconscious state sort of bleeding in as he makes his presence blatantly known. Well, what's been going on with that ring? Never seen it act quite like that before. I know. It makes me so curious. The ring isn't my purview, I didn't give it to you, but I'm curious nonetheless. You sent in a couple of animals as experiments, right? You want to see how they're doing? I could go with you. Amira did. Well, let's take a look. Alright. Peering in and checking on the ring realm. The animals that were there in isolation. Of Mira and of you, left alone in the ring. It takes you a while searching around, but you eventually find them in the water, contorted into statues of patina copper. Count the various patina-coppered stones along the bed of the water beneath you. Doesn't really even take a roll to start to glean what that might mean. You would frown, offering said animals a prayer. That's concerning. They got drawn into the water? And petrified, at least. It's not like a basilisk ring or something, is it? You haven't seen any weirdly dragon chicken things running around, have you? Looks more like transmutation than petrification. Well, something to look into and research, absolutely. Although, an interesting thing, that patina hasn't really grown on the ring much. Not with them in here. I mean, it has a little bit, but they're just animals. Odd. Xanon said he was in the water too, and he didn't go full statue, which is concerning. Well, doesn't bronze have a bit of copper in it already? Maybe that has something to do with it. I don't know, I'm guessing. But half tempted to send a few followers and warlocks to see what they can dig up. That will be a favor incurred, though. Little exchange. I'm curious, nonetheless, so it's a discounted exchange. It fascinates me. What would you be owing me? Oh. Let's say an expanded tab at you and Amira's little shop. Maybe a tab to amounting to 80% off? 85. Friends get discounts. That's terrible business sense. What kind of genie would I be if I wasn't ripping you off? Don't ever do a friend's discount. Do a friendly neighborhood discount. Means if they're rude, they lose it. Same thing, different wording, but yes, and it looks better on paper. Now then. Still, something to look into. You know, you've grown in a bit of power as well. You might be able to get a lackey to look into this for you too. Who knows what bookcases could be on this ring that might have some answers. Need to find someone who'd want to become a hero. Well, you could also find someone who's just that down on their luck. Force them into it. Reluctant heroes are all the rage these days. Ooh, rage. Maybe you could find somebody with a temper. But maybe, well, you've got to start somewhere, I'm sure. Now, in the interest of not, well, messing up your sleep schedule a little bit, I think it's high time that I speed things up and you wake up. Might be helpful anyway. He snaps his fingers, and you awaken to morning sun. You may let everybody else know to undeafen. As it is now the morning of Atticus first.
Hello.
I just gotta wait for my gun and the style.
All right. Hindsight 2020. Yeah, I have a whisper channel for doing this stuff, so that way you guys are still able to talk to each other, and I didn't fucking think about that. So I just kind of left you guys deaf for like 2 hours. I'm sorry.
I was wondering halfway through Avery's turn, why don't you just do the whisper chat? Drag one of us in.
I forgot it existed. Okay, that's my bad. That is a blatant flaw in this session.
So we never have to do that again.
That's fair. All right, I will also text Nikita. Never mind. There she is. Cool. We're good.
I sent you a DM, Joe.
Let me see.
Probably make notes on my dream sequence.
That was like before we started.
Well,
What?
Wow, that was loud.
Sorry, Dustin just looked at me funny because I decided to do Hogwarts theme.
Who doesn't like Hogwarts?
I do like
Okay.
Okay.
I need to hit the W on the keyboard. There we go.
Are we ready?
Yeah,
My E is sticking
just
on my
clarifying a
keyboard.
question I was given. But either way, again, yeah. Whisper channel next time. I can't believe I fucking forgot that existed, and so I just kind of left everybody unable to hear shit for 2 hours.
It's okay. It's okay.
That is fine. I should have mentioned something as soon as I thought about it, but I didn't. I feel like
I
an
haven't
asshole.
been able to do dream sequence shit in months. It feels good.
It does feel good.
Some people had bigger dreams, some people had smaller dreams, and not every player character got dreams. I rolled to see for those who had multiples which one would get one. Which in this case, it panned out how it panned out.
Okay, we're ready to go.
Yes.
As I eat my piece of pizza because I'd only wanted the one piece of pizza and I found the ranch.
As you wake up
Oh
with
yeah,
Sarah's
Bruce
and a
is
guest person.
sleeping in the Bruce is sleeping in the middle of the lobby.
Yep.
They got back from digging a thing, and he was like, "And I sleep now."
Of which, a very blatant note in the aftermath of course, the aurora and everything else. While it is still relatively late in the morning for any sunlight to start coming through, even from here inside of the manor, the town seems more boisterous than normal.
Oh, great. That means they're here and I'm late.
Oh no, dignitary. Oh no, dignitaries, run.
Oh, I did have 2 points
Dwarven
of exhaustion.
dignitaries,
So.
hide.
Which I got.
Look into the trees. Everyone knows dwarves can't climb.
Has there been any
You're gonna have
fights
to
at the
toss me.
bars lately?
Hmm?
What?
Don't tell the elf. Anyway. What was your question? Sorry.
On my honor.
I got in my own way.
So, how does the morning start?
Normal routines at
Avery's
first, but
name.
again, like
Oh,
the
queen.
blatant note of the town is more boisterous,
I'm
and you can hear
scared.
it from here. And you guys are, especially in the fucking Evergreen Manor, very much on the outskirts of town at best.
Is there fights going on? Do we
Doesn't
have an
sound
entire
violent.
group
It
of dwarven
just
people who have a
sounds.
fight?
It doesn't sound violent. It just sounds overly excitable in the way that only a party-going dwarf can.
Oh
Or in
no.
this case, dwarves. As
Although,
even now,
Aiden-
approaching toward the manor from the streets, you can see
Yes, we did.
Corrected.
a large, what appears to be mostly militant contingent of dwarves in what look to be sort of bronze filigreed, iron and steel plated armor with banners clear and plain as day for those familiar with Zaria to know as the banners of the Rusted Peaks.
We still have Somrel. We still have all the Somrel people in the house, don't we?
Yep, you still got the luxury country elves about to be confronted by
A bunch of dwarves.
one of the
Oh, Jesus
key
Christ.
world examples of blue-collar dwarves.
Jiminy Christmas. Yes, Finestra, we did revive Ben's mother, and Ben is slightly mad at the moment, so he hasn't gotten a chance to acknowledge that. He just went to bed.
Yeah, like Jess went to bed.
Yep.
We're gonna leave him alone.
He
Why
needs
has
to.
been mad again? Remind me.
His mom got
because-
revived, like insane mad. He got.
Okay, I'm gonna let you know. He we
He just
revived
went
his mother, and he watched it.
crazy.
He watched the whole thing. Like, I'm gonna remind you that entire body was like writhing in pain and screaming as a skeleton. I'm gonna remind you the visuality that we had last week.
Oh
He
yeah,
watched
and then
the
we
disintegrated flesh
turned
golem
it
reflesh itself.
Oh,
Also,
slowly.
we turned the body to dust and then burned the dust to ashes. Yeah, he kind of
Like
he's
fifth
not doing
element
so
DNA
good, right?
reconstruction. Dust turns to bone, turns to flesh, turns to skin, kind of shit. It's not fun to look
It was
at.
great. Sorry.
Except the reverse.
Yeah.
So, Angel's, where's Angel at the moment, considering she was dead to the world at that point?
Yeah, so you and Nick are already wandering down the stairs, already kind of amid prep for all your kids and trying to make sure that everything's stable. And you can still feel that sort of centrifuge swirling inside of you. You can see those motes, and you see that additional new guest, which is still present and calm and slowly, ever so slowly, growing.
Great. I'm going to... Okay, so are we dressed? Did Angel actually get a dress on this morning? Are we half
I mean, if
dressed
it's a
with
question,
hanbok
roll
on?
me a percentile to consider your forethought.
Considering I can hear the dwarves.
And they are not singing hi-ho, unfortunately.
Damn it!
Hi ho, from home to work we go.
With a natural 20, we are dressed.
Actually,
We
hi-ho
are
is more the
dressed.
purview of where Angel used to
So-
work and also where Avery used to work.
We like to work there.
bunch of
That
hi-hos.
pays so much better. I'm so sorry. Pays so much better. Avery will agree. Pays so much better.
Avery's
Huh?
sleeping in.
That's fair.
Avery's like, I help
Avery's
people do
sleeping
things.
in
I'm going
Ico.
to take it out.
Piper is looking at Piccolo, looking at the kids, looking back at Piccolo, no more for 5 years. And then goes to get coffee.
I mean, babe, we're Fae.
No.
That's gonna be over like next week for our perception of time.
So, we're gonna go with the 69 DM because my dice keep playing the it's cocked game.
69?
And
Nice.
Yeah.
It's also cocked. That's, this all lines up.
Yeah, I know, right?
Kind of a hole in one.
Piper,
How many innuendos is
goes
too many
back.
innuendos?
Piper's gonna go back to her bedside table, grab the chastity bracelet, and put it on and go, no, I'm not taking this off.
Fantastic. And yeah, 69, that's above a 50. You have enough forethought to put on something decent despite the number.
I'm letting you know it's gonna be super flowy in the front, like she's got a pregnancy gown on. But it's gonna be like the Korean style of like really pretty dress.
Flowy in the front, party in the
Really
back.
pretty dress.
Bobo! Is it a Bobo?
It's a hanbok. If you know what a hanbok is.
Ooh, even better.
Which is kind of like, but it's mixed between like the medieval ages, like what they used to have where it holds, but it's got the princess cut where it goes down so it hides the whole belly kind of thing in case something happens. But it's not, it's kind of like, okay, it's a cross between Bridgerton, like princess cut high, and then everything else. I don't know. It's kind of like that. But it's flowy.
Of which actually is a note, Vanestra, you mentioned you're up early, and I've got something to go over with you when we get to your morning turn, as I should say, but I digress. Yeah, you had enough forethought to put on some good clothes.
Angel has. So we're still in the process. Nicodemus would probably still be in the process of taking apart some of the kids, right? Considering what we discussed last night.
Some of them, but as much as what you gleaned from the dream, he was very much also kind of sacrificing some of his perhaps next morning alertness to continue doing it throughout the night.
I know, he's probably sleeping in.
Yeah.
So Angel is currently greeting everybody by herself with probably... Okay, which adult children do I have? Do I have Tatsu present, or do I have... Considering
Whichever ones
Tatsu
you
is the
choose
one I
to
would
have
have sent.
present, they're your kids.
I sent Tatsu after Alara this morning. The only one that I would have in tow would probably be Lucian, which means I have an intimidating presence next to my side right at the moment.
Lucian,
Yes.
your murder spawn, absolutely.
And Alcove, also my other intimidation child. I need them both this morning.
Yeah.
So murder child and creepy child. Gotcha.
Yeah,
I mean, murder
child
and
Doom
destruction.
child.
It's you know, with the bard between them, it's basically a heavy metal band.
And we're also gonna have the AI child right next to him, who just looks like she's flowing metallic at the moment.
Fair.
With all the little baby dragonettes literally clinging to mommy's legs. I can't walk with you on my legs.
Why does
Do
it
you
not pick
trip
up the
over
monster
Bruce?
sounds? There we go.
Do you trip over Bruce because he is like right in the middle of the walkway?
I mean, you know, morning
the lobby.
grogginess and everything. Fuck, give me a dexterity save. It's a low DC, but in case you happen to roll low.
A 14? 14? No, wait. 16.
16, yeah. The DC was like 8, so you're good.
Okay.
You notice the barbarian cleric doggo.
Fine. We're good. Yeah, we got.
She's gonna tap Bruce on the head and say, I really need you to take care of the little ones this morning because I have to greet some dignitaries that are waking me up.
Okay. Just salutes. Starts picking the dragonettes off your legs.
I wouldn't say it's the dragonette. She starts handing him people who are only 2 and clinging to their mother as she's trying to walk out in her nice clean dress, and it's just slobber kind of situation. I can't. It's my dress. I have to look good.
What else do Bruce have? Does he have prestidigitation?
I think so. I'm fairly certain because he's used it a number of
Check the
times.
sheet.
He's used it a number of times. We're going to say yes.
Okay, I prestidigitate her dress. It is now all slobbery. Just
The
get
dragons
slobbery
don't-
off.
The dragons don't rules. Take these ones before they literally bite my arms off because I forgot to wake up at 4 a.m. and make breakfast.
And roll just a quick dex save for the dragonettes before they slick off of the dress. Yeah, natural 2.
She's gonna pick up the dragons and put them in her hair. Going down the hair. Yeah.
It's koala
Yeah.
on
it's
your
koala.
ankle.
Piper from the top of the stairs. Oi, Angel, come here. I have an idea.
What's your idea?
She's gonna. Do you have the comb?
What?
The comb, the hair comb, the comb of growing hair.
I can't carry anything longer than 8 feet, Piper. We've already figured this out.
Hold on, I have an idea to do about that. Just only go half that size.
That's literally how long it is right now. It's about 6 feet
Oh,
right
it
now.
is? At 6 feet? Okay, she's gonna do like a nice fancy updo like back in the old days, except for their little caves for all the little dragonettes.
Much better, but my head is gonna feel like a bobblehead later.
And I think I have something. I have something to help with the weight. Hold on. I think I do.
Nestra asks if the dwarves are being loud.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah. They are being rambunctious.
I'm betting that the elves are all looking.
Shins of rocks and stones.
She's going to be
Say
making
that
her
again?
way then.
I mean, rock and stone and all that, you know.
She's gonna walk downstairs after she's got her hair done, and Piper puts whatever can help with the weight on the hair. I don't know what you're putting in my hair.
I remember this. I have, for whatever fucking reason, this is in my little notebook I have here. It's a little button that that can, when put on something, can make, like, defy gravity. The notes for it are, I wrote it really weird, but I'm guessing it means I can stick it in your hair and it like lifts the weight of the hair off you.
Okay, that works.
I think that's what that note was supposed to mean. I don't know. I don't understand what I wrote here.
I'm just gonna. I don't know. So does the DM allow for my hair to be lifted by this tiny button of doom?
Yeah, sure. Fuck it. That's up to you.
Okay, awesome.
That's not up to me. You want your hair lifted by a... Yeah, fuck it. Yeah.
She's gonna have like who knows how many little dragonettes in her hair. She's got 6 feet of hair on top of her head. She needs something to lift the weight or she's going to have one bad neck day.
Oh my god, I'm gonna look like one of those. Oh, I could do like the Japanese style where they can peek through.
That's what she did.
Yeah, so she walks downstairs with that in her hair. Considering her mom's from the Japanese side thing.
Fantastic.
Lucian, you didn't have to dress in a samurai uniform just to match my outfit.
Didn't I?
Huh?
Didn't I?
Fine.
And here comes Vanestra.
Oh, good morning, Vanestra.
Are both heading to where they can hear the dwarves.
Fantastic.
Angel's gonna walk. I have a question. Are all
I'll
the
ask
elves
you
kind of looking
guys
at
to
me like...
keep an eye on Vanestra's chat, because right now I got to keep an eye on a notes chat.
Okay, so question: Is Vanessa? Are all the elves just kind of looking at Angel like there's a bunch of people here?
The elves, a lot of them, especially the high and mighty society that they're from, you can see some of them grating their teeth, some of them curling in, some of them being like, no, too hungover for this. And as they are hearing the approaching mass of dwarven company.
She looks over at Violet's grandmother. Thank you for letting us host here. I do need to have the conversation because they're close enough to both Somerals.
Soon regret it.
I will pay you handsomely.
It's dwarves. It means they've brought ale. It's just what they do.
I brought better ale.
Vanessa
Don't tell
said,
them that.
Considering it's from their cousins, I think they might want to drop. It's part of my bargaining chip.
What did Vanestra say? There you go.
Morning. I've said it like 3 times.
Sorry.
Yep, she has.
Okay.
Morning.
This is
Morning,
why I don't usually read it out, because there's no point that makes sense to inject it.
Ah.
So she looks over at Vanessa and just kind of like looks at her with a grog. You could tell there's makeup put on her face. There is coffee in her system, and it's just like, we're gonna pray that we're gonna make it through this day. We're gonna make it through this day. We're gonna make it through this day.
They all wanted booze. I brought all the monster. It's gonna be a hell of a party. Everybody's gonna get dehydrated and be praying over the porcelain throne by the end of this. Everybody's praying to Royard.
Oh my God. So, we're downstairs waiting. So what happens when they come in? Because I want to know.
So,
I'd also want to know, because Avery's sleeping in. Avery's like, I'm dead to the world. Screw you guys.
Yeah,
Fuck
as you
guys
are
about-"
sleeping in, it's kind of hard to miss the amount of fucking noise that is approaching that door.
Well, there's definitely been at least one, probably more like 2 or 3 pillows over.
Yeah.
I would have given you silence crystals, so you may not even hear anything. So you're like, I need peace and frickin' quiet.
Fair.
Fuck this.
Which, you know, even despite the lack of hi-ho, there is oddly admittedly somewhat militaristic, but still rhythm to the march that approaches. It seems like likely there, of course, to keep everybody in step and everything else, but there is a sort of musical cadence to the approach, even with a series of almost, in their own way, percussive grunts from basically certain sort of outcroppings of members of these troops. Before finally a short knock on the door, not as short as you, Angel, but certainly shorter than the door, nonetheless.
I'm gonna wait for the guy to open the door, because it's not proper for me to open the door.
And that ghostly Goliath, that doesn't appear ghostly much at all, approaches the door and opens it. Welcome to the Evergreen Estate. To whom am I addressing? And you see, in various sort of different garbs, indicative of really sort of different houses, and likely different purposes here. 5 different dwarves, 3 of which are female, and sort of have these, like, lovely braided and honestly slightly dyed sideburns, but bare chins and really well done heads of hair behind them. And then, of course, a series of dwarves in sort of their own various states of almost, it seems like they've slicked their beards with something to make it rigid, as they've almost carved into it, like whittling a bit of wood. There's almost statuesque shaping to their beards.
It's never gonna come out. You can hear Angel in her mind that sap is never gonna come out of the hair.
As far as that goes, I would say, again, as far as common knowledge for the dwarves of the Rusted Peaks, it's a cultural thing. To do that, especially among sort of high status dwarven families, and especially among the high status dwarven families, one of the things of note with those groups, maybe it's just the products they get, maybe it's something genetic, their beards grow very quickly. So it's like, yes, this was a cosmetic choice, and yes, it may never come out, but it may take only a couple of days before they have to cut it off and have normal hair there. That's about as long.
So, who's at the door?
So, first off, you see, at least as far, and all of them are wearing, you know, very similar in design armor. It's sort of this heavy, rigid, angular war armor, but it's got enough cloak and robe filigree over it that it looks like it's sort of like military formal. And the banner over the first female figure that you see, it looks like this, how do I say this? It looks almost like a caldera. There's this very clearly volcanic sort of iconography to it, which, to your knowledge at least, the Rusted Peaks are not volcanic. But it is nonetheless an interesting point of note. She has her sideburns sort of dyed to this very bright orange tip. Her hair naturally red already, so dyeing it this bright orange seems almost redundant, but it gives off this almost magma-like glow to that facial hair, and it also traces down through her beautiful back-haired braids, which are long. They go down to almost her ankles, and yet seem to only not be a tripping hazard, as they are carefully sort of tied to and interlinked with the cloak and robe behind her. She introduces herself. I am Eltgreyhilda Magmabuckle. I am the Smelt Master of the Rusted Peaks. The next one, male figure, has just a barrel insignia on his chest. Most of his armor has sort of wooden accents to it. All of it reeks lightly of whiskey. And there's even sort of, I mean, again, carved into a lot of that beard, a very sort of barrel-like structure to it. It seems very blatant, almost a little too obvious, and almost cartoonish in a way. I am Yorum Stormgrog. I am the brewmaster. This is Gerbigan Brightchest, as he points over to a girl who, while still in the noble garb, does not have an insignia and looks like she's a little too excited to be there. She does not have any sort of highlights or any major artistry to her hair and her sideburns. It is very bright platinum blonde. She has very soft eyes. She looks younger than the rest. Looks like maybe, in terms of dwarven standards, she only just barely broke into young adulthood, and she looks giddy. Wasn't I supposed to introduce myself? You're not here on official noble capacity. You're here for a different kind of negotiation.
Oh no.
Ah! Suitors! That was not Piper. Piper did not say that. That was player.
Only because none of you would help me start a business.
This poor girl.
I want to start a
That's a
business,
trade you're
Dad.
supposed to learn on your own. Or are you really a dwarf? Bite me. Not my job. I'm not married to you. My wife would be pleased.
She looks over. I like that one.
Minestra. Oh, what did I miss? Still waking up. I feel like that is Minestra. Or not Minestra, Avery, if he ever gets up by this.
Well, if they're gonna skip giving me the right to introduce myself, that's the Frubalin Ore Breaker. She's the Ore Master, as she points straight over to this lady who seems to have her armor made mostly of unrefined metal. It seems ornamental in its nature entirely. Maybe there's actual steel plating underneath this for defensive capability. And she just looks, all of her hair, interlaced with garnets and sort of bronze filigree itself, looks and glares at this girl. You're stepping a little out of line there, lass. She is grayed, her face is wrinkled as hell. She is... The muscles are the only indication that a strong wind wouldn't blow this woman over. She looks that old. Her eyes are sunken. Yeah. She's basically... I'm Arnold Schwarzenegger, I'm 90, and I'm still taking steroids to get movie roles.
Yes! Yes!
Walk up somewhere? Sorry, continue.
And then there's finally the last one, the only one here that seems to be apparently wearing anything really indicative of a crown. With that, he seems to actually have a number of chains interlinked to and melted into his armor. But these are not decorative in their nature. They don't seem to have a rhyme or reason to them. Matter of fact, their build seems rough, seems rusted, and in some places still have shackle bolts attached to them. These seem like trophy pieces. I am Yastotir, Chain Buster. Yastotir Chain Buster.
Can we get those names in?
Captain and Borderlander against the forces of Jihu at our borders.
I'm letting you know that actually does give Angel a giggle, considering she's exhausted.
And I will paste all of these names directly into general for you guys for note-taking's sake, because they're all a fucking mouthful.
Yeah, great, awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Some word salad, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, his hair seems greasy. It seems filled with mud. It even still seems slick with blood, like this guy was just bothered out of a fight to come here, and yet he does not reek at all of combat. Matter of fact, he smells strongly of, weirdly enough, like red earth and pine.
I'm letting you know that Piper can sing in her head. Can you hear the people sing the song of the angry dwarves?
I must mention, is there enough lodging to accompany our guardsmen and bannermen here? Or should we arrange for them to have tents? There seems to be enough on the border of the edge of town that there would be room to set up tents without imposing on the streets in the town. They seemed less than enthusiastic about our enthusiasm.
She looks at the elven woman.
The elven one is shaking her head fucking avidly like no dwarves in this house. This is Bilbo Baggins knowing ahead of time what was going to befall him during that dinner.
I am going to mentally connect with her, and I'm going to let her know that the party is going to involve a little bit more than just dwarves.
Piper hands Angel the coin. Might be a great place to put them if she don't want them in the house.
We could use the bar. Venestra said something.
Think of my dammy plane. He would glance at the elf, eyebrow raised behind her mask, currently sat down watching the people.
We have
people
called
watching.
if you have business that would have us.
It's not the problem. If you give me a minute. She puts her hand on that woman's hand and moves the first digit so she can get a look at her finger. There will be more than what we have here.
You watch her physically, actively cringe.
All three.
Piper's gonna look at Angel. You want me to set up the ballroom?
I would prefer you to not.
It's an plane. Same ballroom.
She gives the Kirin a mental image of every deity that she knows that is connected to these children and what they looked like coming out.
Her nose bleeds just a little bit from the amount of imagery that has to get filtered in. Okay. Oh, you mean more of...
Uh-huh.
Oh. Doing this? Oh, I don't envy you. No. It's also still my house. Dwarves are not allowed in so that there's enough clean space to deal with that. Fair?
Piper literally is just like...
It is not a good
throws it at a wall.
with how sparse. This is what she says. She says to the elf, "It is not a good idea with how scarce and how badly you look toward the entire city, for you to turn away paying customers or anybody who could possibly give you trade at the door."
I'm not turning them away. They asked about how lodging would look.
Oh, okay.
The
Lodging,
delegation
sure.
can sleep in here, sure. The
not
army
enough
at my
room.
doorstep? No.
She looks over at Piper.
Can stick the army in the demi-plane.
You could do that, or you could go and get the house.
Your house or mine?
Mine.
Your
Mine
house
travels.
does move.
Alright. And here I go. I'm gonna go tree
Your
strike
Howl's
her
living
house.
dragon house.
Yeah, just tell Grandma where the house is. She'll be able to link with me at least. Mentally.
Piper literally just walks to the umberwood tree outside and goes straight to the umberwood tree on the other side.
Cool. Easy
You'll
enough to
have-
tree
you'll-
stride.
She looks over at them. You'll have lodging in about 10 minutes, give or take.
Right.
10 minutes, 10 hours, who knows?
Only 10 minutes.
Understood.
Oh, they're gonna
Can I
have
talk to them now?
go.
You are still talking out of turn. This is
She looks over.
not how our manners work. And every one of us will have a turn. Yours is not first. No offense.
Pearls before swine, as they say.
She's not a pearl nor a swine. She is a joining bit of course. She will not go last, but she will not go first.
I'm letting you know
She will
that
be
probably
patient. She is young and known for the lack of it.
I have a question. Do Angel's children speak out of turn to say you're rude?
No, but Piper's would.
Oh, to the young girl or to the older woman?
It's the older woman.
Piper's kids absolutely fucking would.
Ren.
It is how our manners work. in the rusted peaks. The youngest do
Peace
not go
before
last, and they
beauty.
do not go first. They will go after they've had time to observe another speak. And before someone has a chance to correct them. It is a first outing after all. They don't need to know that. Actually, they do. They do need to know that. They do? Look at your book, darling. She digs through and picks out a stack of stone tablets and starts flipping through it. Delegation
Gotta be a better mix.
D4. New delegates have to be informed of the nature of their arrival. Wait, so should I have told them off the bat then? Yes. Miss Brightchest? Yes, you should have. This young dwarf girl, young adult dwarf girl, starts to blush heavily. But we are outside of the front door. It's part of the introductions. I want to start a double heal for her.
Pardon?
Speak up! I want to start a double heal for her.
You want to start a...
You are making our host grow impatient.
You're making the children on my head grow impatient and they haven't had breakfast. And I'd prefer them not burn you at the door.
Can I whisper it to her? It's embarrassing. No. No, you may not.
Oh my god! So mean!
Savage.
Ruthless.
I want to start a Devil's Heel franchise.
Steel franchise.
Like a McDonald's?
I want to start a
No.
location in the rest of weeks. And that is where, when you get to your turn, it will turn into a discussion.
I'll greet with you in the evening after a couple of things have to happen.
In the evening, to find the evening, the days don't last long here.
It's a lot longer than you think it is.
It's your turn. Be patient. Fair? Take some time. Think about what you're going to say and what you're going to offer in exchange.
She puts a flyer in her hand. If you wait, it will be worth your while.
Okay.
I'm letting you know, it is a suggestive flyer that she has had in her possession since forever. Because that's how you greet people when they're trying to do that kind of a thing.
You're not sure if your eyes are tricking you, but you're fairly certain that blonde beard is turning strawberry blonde.
V would speak up, child. If it is what you wish to do and is a dream of yours, speak it aloud and from your chest.
I am not a child. I am a young adult. Yes, a young adult, which is the point.
To V, you're a child. To most of us in the group, you're a child.
Yeah. Well, actually, not to Angel. They're kind of somewhere in the middle.
As far as dwarven aging rate, she's still older than Angel, but yeah, in terms of mental maturity, younger.
So it's okay. I will give you my full attention as soon as all of the craziness goes away. Okay.
Oh, and Avery, maybe. Avery would be the other.
Avery might be up to actually joining you in that situation, considering where he needs to be. So I'll wait till he's awake. Does that make sense? Because he's had a long day, and he just kind of gave birth to another changeling, so I would prefer to give him some time.
And I'll wait until my turn for the deeper discussion, right? She holds up her thumbs to, brain just turned right the fuck off.
Right? Am I right?
To
Am I doing
Defubling.
good?
And she just, a tired old woman, holds her thumbs up.
As
In
she's
an
holding a
action that
newborn in her
screams
arms.
like, I can't believe... Kids.
So, do we hear the of the house walking?
It just kind of walks through the portal. That's how it do.
Yeah, you, oh, actually, shits and giggles, given the mass of this thing. Everybody roll me a dex save, considering a castle is walking.
A castle.
I am in the castle. I don't have to do dex save. Wait, Bruce does. Shit.
And Angel puts her hand out for the necklace as soon as she is going to get in the door.
I want you to know that I rolled. I said that Avery probably has a 30% chance of forgetting to get dressed because he's so sleepy in the morning. And I rolled a 9 in a
Great.
100.
Great. So I rolled a 19 for my dex save.
19.
7 plus whatever Bruce is in.
Plus whatever my actual modifier is, which is kind of great. So it's plus a 12, 10, 12 or 10. Both of all of the stuff is 12 and 10. So
Minestra's nat 20. Nessayo, what's your dex save?
Oh, my bad.
No, you get.
I'm not strong. I do have good dex though.
It's 20 total.
2 as I'm getting out of bed.
20 total, okay. So, for simplicity... Fucking hell. For simplicity's sake, any hut below 11
Okay.
gets hocked on their ass.
Anyone who rolled
Okay.
below an 11?
Yeah.
Anybody who rolled below an
Okay,
11
then I'm good.
loses their footing. I'm gonna stroke on a live stream, everybody.
Don't dare do that. Don't knock. Where's the wood? Knock on the wood. Don't do that to me. Bro, don't do that to me. Your family, don't do this.
Strokes aren't his problem.
Different kind of brain short
Jesus.
circuiting issue. You know what? Actually, that's a perfect note, especially with the duration of where we're at so far, for me to grab something to drink and let's go on our 15.
Cool.
Jesus
Can it
Christ.
actually be 15 and not 20 this time?
Yeah, here. Hey Siri, set a timer for 16 minutes so that I have enough time to hit the BRB button.
Okay.
Welcome back, everybody, from the BRB. Had to eat, had to do things. Had to be right back. Take a break.
Bird
You know,
show.
do those things.
Don't have a stroke now.
Excuse me. Sorry. Good lord.
So answer Vanessa's, yeah,
Eloquently.
better out than in.
I sense a couple questions as well.
Yeah, let's take a look. Excuse me. Oh. I have questions for you later, Brick, about whatever the fuck's in general there.
This is what he's drinking.
Okay, gotcha.
That's what I drink.
It's holiday punch.
Try it. It'll change your.
It'll change your life, is what he's saying. I'm already gonna make some. It looks great.
I'll make it when I get food stamps.
You'll want to buy two 2-liter bottles because usually the juices come in 8 cups to a container, so you'll have enough for 2 batches.
Almond extract. Really?
Yeah.
All right, so
It's not the same without it.
as far as your questions there, Vanestra, where's Ben's mother and what did I need to tell you? Well, Ben has spent long enough to assuage his madness. It was not a permanent level of it.
Oh my god.
It was short term. I rolled kind of, middling. There's a chance I was going to roll long term. I didn't. So, either way. There is a knock on your door for your guest room, Venestra.
Vanessa's downstairs with the rest of us.
Vanessa's
And after realizing there's
downstairs.
nobody in the room, there are footsteps that approach you downstairs.
Like, sir, she's downstairs.
I won't fret, Connor. Leave it, Cannon. He's tired enough that he's like, oh, fuck, nobody's in there. As Ben approaches, he looks like he hasn't really slept, but he doesn't look... I mean, beyond the tiredness, he doesn't look that miserable. There is some misery in the sleep deprivation, of course, but... He approaches you. Venestra's your name, right? I've talked to you a couple of times. I had a long night. I took a look at some of that black fucking sludge that you gave me.
It's not the sludge she gave you.
That was one of the main things that he was.
They had sludge, not from Venestra. V gave him that. Violet did. Violet had some
V
already
gave him
from the
that.
last room. Did Venestra give it to him? Because we've already given him a big container.
I think it was Venestra, because Venestra was the one who initially went to fight the Aboleth, and the tank was wrapped around the Aboleth's body.
Oh, okay. Well, it's the same content as the same way we had.
Yeah. As far as trying to...
Advised is getting
Yep.
awesome.
She's in... you asked me to see if I could make anything with it in terms of use for potions. It's really volatile shit. I'm going to be upfront with that. It was used for... Best way I can put it, really messed up and volatile anti-magic, so normal Aboleth traits kind of got messy there. But, as far as I can tell...
Soul sludge.
He picks up a bottle which seems to have a number of almost indented ridges, almost like you would expect to see on a grenade. This potion you throw like alchemist's fire, and it will spread about the same way. It'll give off this sort of weird grayish flame when it finally impacts with something. Anything that is currently being lit on fire with that cannot cast magic. It will also actively hurt them. Be careful with it. This shit is really viscous. So basically it's a bottle of combined Alchemist Fire and Anti-Magic Field, with mainly the limitations of Alchemist Fire on it. Yeah. That's one for you. You gave me a lot. I was able to make a few of those. I'm going to give one to just about everybody else that's planning on going adventuring. So one for my sister, one for the changeling twink, one for everybody.
And this moment, as he yawns, rubbing his eyes, "You called?"
Does one of Angel's kids basically point out he's naked?
Who's naked?
Didn't call where the fuck are your pants? Uncle Ben, you're not supposed to curse. Avert your eyes, child.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah. I'll
Kindle yourself right now.
I'll go.
He already was. He's already kendalled. He walked out kendalled.
He walked out kendalled, but he's gonna go walk back and get properly dressed now.
It's like walking into the shower with Frieza naked. Wait, Frieza's always naked.
She walks over to Ben.
Hello, Violet.
You made explosives out of soul sludge?
It had inherent anti-magic and spell-breaking properties. It was also... The sludge
That
was
stuff
coming off of a
screams.
very fishy beast, so naturally it's flammable.
What are you censoring, Venestra? You're making it look worse than it is, honestly.
Okay, so
This is anti-magic alchemist fire, basically. Here's one bottle. Don't...
You know, what is this supposed
Be careful with it.
she looks over at Venestra. That stuff screams. Mentally.
Does that too. I think that's kind of what cuts off their ability to cast. It's really invasive. Got one for Angel, one for everybody.
I don't want it. I don't want it.
You don't want it. Okay. Well, anyone else who might find use for it, I've got spares. And then as far as you mentioned wanting water breathing? I tested it at length.
Ben, you can do this away from other delegates.
I'm doing this at the bottom of the fucking stairs for a reason. There's silence crystals right around this little...
And it looks even
Down
worse
drop?
because we're whispering.
Okay, how about this? You all come to my room for a moment? Don't be too loud. My mother is sleeping in an armchair right by the door.
Considering that I have to go to Merkest and open in a building that you decided to leave those last runes in, I don't want to talk right now. I want to handle the other business.
Oh my god. Why the attitude? What do you mean leave in there? You mean not try and fucking masticate?
Never mind.
Wait, we're masturbating?
Masticate, you twat. It means to consume, to eat. To chew, I think, specifically. I need to freshen up on my common dictionary.
She's gonna put her hand on Chin's chin. She's gonna make him look at her. I pulled you out of the fire to watch you fall back into it. I don't want talk of this in front of delegates. It's not appropriate.
Then if you want to talk about it and talk about what I've been able to kind of make, come to my room. I'm sure they still need to take a bit to settle in. I don't know.
Anything this sludge hits, it still screams. For those who can hear telepathically.
Largely from just the aboleth, from what I can tell. But yes.
I'm letting you know, Avery, you would be able to hear screaming. All these things scream to you.
Just...
There would be a lot of stuff that we've encountered that make use of, like, soul. Right? So, like, this wouldn't be too uncommon to have magical items scream telepathically.
No, this is specifically something where they've been rendered in pain. And you can hear their last dying screams at it repeat, and anger, and all of the hate that went into them.
You can choose not to use it. I was asked to make something out of it. And you know what? If we encounter more of these fuckers, why not use their shit against them? Maybe for those that are a little less trained in what the hell they're doing, be confronted with the reality of it as it literally hits them in the face, and maybe they change their minds.
I'm okay with that.
Fair? So do you want one?
I can't carry any more of that in my bag. Give it to Nicodemus.
Okay.
I can hear it when I sleep.
That was... Okay, now that is the anti-magic. And he's just sauntering off to his room at this point with the idea of, not talking to delegates, walking and talking. I was asked to try and do water breathing. This is not that. You do drink it. It's a potion of ethereal sight. You drink it, and at least as far as the highest potency and limit of time I could get on it, for the next... this batch is about for the next roughly hour or so. You can see into the plane ethereal and interact with it to a limited capacity. It's not as strong as being able to actually go there, but you can communicate with what you can see.
Okay.
And I imagine that has to do in no small part with the amount of suffering juju that went into this juice. And by the way, if you do have to use it, it tastes bloody foul. Like eating really bad sushi.
I'm letting you know that if Avery is in earshot, now you understand why it screams is because of all this children kind of stuff. That was what one of the experiments that wanted to do these things.
Yeah, but the children already did, so why not make use of it?
On that note as well, I did learn something about this stuff since I've been allowed to experiment with it. As far as those screams, I should clarify. While, yes, certain highly potent magical beings are being used as locus in the production of this black sludge and in the spell-breaking, channeling, the act, that, and therefore imbibe some of that essence into this shit, the baseline fluid that they are suspended in, whether it was that beholder, whether it was the aboleth,
It's changeling blood, isn't it?
no.
Good. What?
That art gallery and many of other Trenton Howler's enterprises were running for years.
I'm going to take Realtie's mother and I'm going to skin her insides.
Real scary sometimes, Angel?
This black shit is literally liquefied, latent emotion. Being able to magically condense that involves a lot of
Death.
and suffering. It's not the death that creates it, it's the prolonged suffering before death, right at the edge of it.
I'll ask Erkbach to help me study it then.
Basically, it's liquid agony.
I know.
And as far as having Erkbach help you, not necessary. I expended pretty much the entirety of my manic panic on this. And he gets out a now completely filled, one of his newer journals that he had completely empty before this. Completely filled leather-bound journal. This is everything I could glean from it. Based off of conjecture from my own experiences, being in one of those facilities, and toying with it and fucking tasting it. And yes, prolonged suffering, agony condensed from every little child. There's no soul essence in here. It's raw emotion. Hell, I could taste some of my own in it.
She pulls out Trenton Howler's ledger. I'm gonna give this to Griffin. And I'm gonna find out how much of them are alive.
Give him both of these. Have him cross-reference. See what he can find that's a common thread. Also explains, and this is a theory, well, actually, it's not really a theory. I had to You know her. Piff had to rush off.
Mm-hmm.
He had to come
Does
to
Piper
curse me.
finally walk? Does Piper finally walk in from walking the house here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He had to come
Oh
to
yeah,
curse me.
we're still waiting on Piff to come back. Can't wait for the fallout for that.
If you apply that stuff to an open wound, and you really shouldn't, if you apply that stuff to an open wound, and he pulls up the drawings of the malice and those various mutated creatures, with enough undead radiation and magic, which I had a little bit left over from being what you stopped me from being. Piff had to unmutate me. My arm was trying to...
I'm letting you know Angel fully vomits. I trudged through it.
I expected that.
I had an open wound and I trudged through it.
And then you went to Mercast. Goodness.
Ben has not ever once, I think, been with us to Mercast, actually.
Wait, do you mean recently?
Mira would begin to go look for Xanon.
What?
Are you undead? Are you flooded with undead essence?
She whispers what happened yesterday in his ear.
Wasted children?
Has anything changed yet? Then for safety's sake, get healed by Piper quickly, or counter-cursed, or get your ass to Mercast. Counter-cursing, even a simple form, seem to work fine. As long as you're still alive when it goes down. I mean, hell, it worked when Piff did it.
I need you to do me a big favor and reach out to our location buddy in the Violet Shovel, and I need them to go to that building where I left those runes. And I need them to be manned to be opened. Or carried from the city.
Okay. That building has been bloody invisible and magically locked. So getting in... I'll see if they can do it.
If not, just knock on the door. Tell them I'll pull them from the city.
Wait.
Fantastic. And if I recall, Xanon was sleeping up in the tree, but we'll get to that. Let's see.
Okay.
Up in a tree.
He's in a really high tree. Looks over at Piper. Where I left those runes that I sold that one guy way back when I first met Ben.
The one I read about in your journal because you were like, here's the synopsis of my life since you decided to live with me. How about I go, because technically both you and I are co-owners of Mercast.
You can have the dragon remove it from the city.
Exactly. Which dragon? There's like two.
The tree.
Okay, let's make it sure.
Excuse me. Good. That was...
You good?
Something went down the wrong pipe.
Explain what happened to Ben. Share Ben's story as you know it.
Whose story?
Share Ben's story to the tree.
Oh, okay.
And have her remove the building.
I could just bloody go there. Share it myself.
I need you here when you can actually tell Piff what happened. To me.
Besides, Angel knows that I am not good with this delegate sorts of situation. We still have classes we need to do on my diplomacy skills.
I'll fill it
So
in.
it's probably be better for me here.
Also, I did test that blackened shit coming out of my eye and my mother's eye.
Delicious.
Same stuff, if a little dried. Just liquid agony.
Do I need to give you a checkup? Are you okay?
No,
Should be
you're
now,
okay.
but
I
if you
don't
want to do it
going
later, I
anywhere near
won't stop you. Also, on my
I'd
mother,
rather have
new body and all that.
I'd rather have a child of Royard and a holy dragon get rid of it than you put your body, who's been susceptible to it, anywhere near that building.
Could potentially set.
I can't make another deal with Cerithrian. I can't make another deal with a demon. It will screw me over.
Zerithrian isn't Zerithrian anymore.
You know what I mean?
Does it mean somebody can't take his place as the demon lord of whatever the fuck a demon lord he was of? I've got it. Ben, do what your sister tells you.
Just this once.
You act as if I don't like to take orders at all.
I treat you like an equal. I'm asking you to do this because I can't watch you go through it again.
Piper pulls out a needle and scalpel. I can still do this.
I don't know, guys.
Not in front of the people.
I'm fine. I'll go.
We walked away.
Okay, so I'm gonna turn around and go back to the delegates. Can you all figure out what's happening with Xanon so we can move on, please? 'Cause we're all separated.
V would while the others were discussing, approach the delegates. While the others converse, come, let us find a place for you to put your stuff.
Much appreciate. Wow.
Technically, that's Angel's house. That's not gonna let Vanestra anywhere near it in case it trusts Vanestra explicitly.
Okay, this is still the manor specifically that they're at. But
The army people are waiting outside.
the army
Outside.
folks. Yeah, well, this is the delegates, but the army, yeah, absolutely.
She looks over at Minotaur and says,
They're
Dad,
massive.
can you lead them to the house, please?
Yeah, which
Because they can't house them here.
for a quick visual note, you all watched the entirety of Mochizuki Keep, that castle, in the form of a gigantic stone bricked dragon, walk its ass over here and then settle back down.
Piper was riding it, going, wee!
Oh, which means Xanon saw a giant dragon basically walk itself up onto the shore. That's great. He's gonna literally love me now.
Dragon the size of a goddamn castle. Or a castle the size of a dragon. Or both. It is both, kind of.
It is both.
Both? Both is good.
Both is good.
But Zeus is quick enough to start directing, especially a lot of that army contingent toward Mochizuki Keep to settle in there where they can. Not to mention, if they have coin to spend on business, there are businesses inside of there.
And more than enough beer.
Oh, yeah.
And Minestra says this to the delegates, speaking Dwarvish to find a place to put the stuff.
Dwarvish. Right. I can't. And in speaking in Dwarvish, their accents disappear. Right. I can't really place your accent, but absolutely. Let's go.
Ooh, big lady. That's all I can think he's saying. Ooh, big lady.
Yeah. Each of these fuckers are like maybe a third of your height.
Ding ding, walla walla bing bang. I got
Yeah, of which, as you start to lead them out, the Goliath butler here in Evergreen Manor.
Very polite of you, Vinestra. I I will manage accommodating some appropriate guest rooms for them. It is literally my eternal occupation. Much appreciated. And likewise, thank you for at least being a polite introduction. Follow me, ladies and gentlemen. I was about to just say gentlemen. The beards are confusing me.
That was a mite bit rude. That one's a ghost. I don't think they care. That's a ghost? He's just getting let off through the walls.
This is the point where she's going to look over at Avery and over at... I understand that agony or using somebody's agony from their death may be great for anti-magic. But those are not concepts I'm comfortable with.
Maybe.
That's
You
a
just
good
want to
thing
tell
for
it, don't
approval.
you?
I'm not requiring you to use it. I just...
Things that not everyone's comfortable.
Great, you can commit war crimes.
Griffin's Other's over. The Geneva Convention hasn't existed for several thousand years. May just kind of shot that in the ass.
Thank you.
We
Is
really
the
need to get
kettle
together and
calling
figure
other
out some
pots
actual
black?
proper laws of war again, because this is... Some of these wars get crazy.
I'm letting you know that Angel has got the Leyborn on her back at this point, and there her hand is completely covered in her own blood.
Aww.
With how hard she is crumbling and put her nails through her fingers, or through her hand.
Love.
Give me a diaper change. Diaper change.
Love.
Diaper change.
Hey.
B says the person who routinely tortures others. B said, approaching.
Love. The fuck you...
The torturers of killers. The torture of people who deserve that.
Angel. Love it. Show me your
Yes.
hand.
Hmm?
Show me your hand.
She puts her hand at him. Sorry.
Infraction.
It's not cool.
No, what's not
She-
cool is doing that to your fucking hand.
I can't tell when I'm doing it.
He pops a tiny little vial, like a 1d1 healing potion, pours it over your hand and it stitches itself up. Do I need to put fucking gloves on you? In front of these people?
I'm fine. It's a bad day.
Yeah, I get it.
We've already insulted the dwarves in like 3
Ben
different
has
ways.
now experimented with liquid disturbance. As it's disturbing as hell. It's not okay. I don't want to catch you doing that again.
Apparently living by a code is nothing. She's going to basically, at this point, get down to go with the delegates.
Alrighty. And of course, easily enough, Venestra, you do find Xanon in... He did fall asleep in a tree, right? I'm fairly certain?
I don't think we said anything.
I mean, end of last session is like when he passed out. I'm fairly certain he fell asleep in a tree. I'm like he climbed his ass up in there and then passed out.
He had a room.
I have no idea.
He did have a room.
Oh, there was a room? Okay, we'll say there was a room. We'll keep it simple. If it's a small retcon, so be it. Either way. Yeah, easy enough to find where Xanon's room is. It's been a week.
Oh, it's Is that Amira in front of me?
Yeah.
How long have I been sleeping?
Right now, I mean, best as you can tell, maybe about 9:30 a.m. or so.
Oh no. Alright, well, take me to them.
All right. And as Finestra says, a while you missed the dwarf delegates arriving. Amir would lead Xanon out once he was ready.
All right. Three increase 6 times.
V also didn't hear what was bad about the black stuff as y'all were near a silence crystal. Well, either way, on the note of that, Nick does walk over to you. Still not as tall as you, although he does changelingify himself to get a little bit taller to try and get a little bit closer to your eye level. Hey, Venestra. Respect your game. I respect your power. All that. Like, I don't know you very well. I don't know you as well as Angel does. Yes. My partner tortures people. She tortures people who have a proven record and intent to do very malicious things. These are murderers. These are serial killers. These are psychopaths and sycophants. I need to clear that air. She has an incredible soft spot for the suffering of innocent people, particularly children. That black stuff, which is what she was mainly talking about, is harvested from the agony of dying children. I know a thing or two about really corrupted magics. So I'm just bringing that up. I felt that comment was out of pocket, and I will, if I need to, aggressively defend my wife. Thank you for that retraction. Which, to read off what Vanessa said, that's so. I retract my comment then, and Angel, I apologize.
It's fine.
Show me your hands, love.
She has her hands open.
Other hand, too. Good. Now, actually, on topic, do you or Mira happen to... Not really the right word for it that I can think of. Sell tracking bracelets. Not a tracking thing. Sort of a shared interaction kind of deal. Something we can acknowledge each other with if we're separated and maybe not close enough to psychically link up.
We don't have that problem anymore, do we?
What kind of gloves do you have? Do you have anything that you can lock, maybe? Gloves with locks on them? She said, yes, we do have gloves, and we might. Hey, don't give me that look.
I had my nails done specifically for this event. Don't let me ruin
I'm
my
not saying I'm going to
nails.
put them on you now.
Oh, put it away. They're dwarves here. They have worse track records. She says this in Spanish. They have
Also,
worse
do you have any
track
that might
records
lock
than
the
half
fingers
people
together? Look, I have plans, okay? Just
behave.
only if I can help.
I'm trying to get into the Roast Peaks.
Of course, we also have garments connected to other things. Good to know. He hands Amira a small folded up piece of paper. These are her measurements, and I have a couple of ideas written on there. I'll pay extra to make it a rush order.
Piper passing by. Angel's gonna kill ya. Just keeps walking.
We're linked together. She kills me, she dies too.
Why would I do that? There's no fun.
He would not a Nick. I'll pass it on.
Much appreciated. Now, Lovey, I'm still in grimy, militaristic hunter's gear, and we're surrounded by dwarven delegates. I'm gonna go get my drinking shirt on.
Can you bring me a backup dress, please?
Yeah, love, sorry, I've been very distracted by a lot of very concerning meetings with Pendra. Are we linked enough that we can get drunk together when one of us imbibes too much?
No.
No, not...
We'll also sell you a bit.
I mean, look, there's always things to experiment with, you know? I'm just saying. Anyway, I'm gonna go get my drinking shirt on. It's gonna be the pretty drinking shirt, and it is clean. I'm fairly certain. I know I did the kids' laundry.
It's in my bag.
Right, because okay, hold on. I did the kids' laundry, and then I'll usually do ours together. Did I?
It's in my bag.
It is, and it's clean. It's not just that's clean.
It's clean because I cleaned it.
So I did fuck it up. Good to know. Cool.
I had to sew it back together. So yeah.
So
considering that it was you and Dunarg the last time on his wedding.
Amira,
that Noel enjoys Everclear, and I don't understand it.
Mm-hmm. And so do I when I'm not messed up.
Bruce walks by while carrying a child. It's the only thing that can get us drunk.
That is no canon. Everclear is the only thing high-proof enough to get a fucking Noel drunk. For those unaware of what Everclear is, it is the liquor that you mix with other things to turn them into liqueurs. It is just straight-up grain alcohol. By the way, recommendation from experience, never drink straight Everclear.
Okay.
You are drinking lighter fluid.
She looks over at Avery. Imagining like snapping in there his clothes on him.
I'm dressed.
Oh, you're dressed? Okay.
He is dressed. He is dressed to impress, and maybe impress enough to undress.
I am trying to get you into the Rusted Peaks so we can go and do those things that we need to do for you.
Go.
I will handle that.
Right.
She looks over at Nicodemus. I would like. Mm-hmm.
No,
That's where the item is. That's where the item is.
For the sake of open interactions as well, about now would be when Amira and Zan and Ravik as well do join up with the rest of you.
Okay.
Continue.
DM, do I know anything about dragons with these dwarves, considering
Give me a history check.
Shit.
Well, this is all nice and good. I'm going to her kiss. Bye.
Bye, Piper. Good luck.
Wait, hold on. Sue.
Yes.
Ben just saunters over. Do you want to go with her for like a second? Because the whole sludge drift thing?
I cast hold person on bed.
Just offering.
Bring me back an apple.
Captain in vague terminologies, why are you holding me?
All she has to do is bring me an apple. Bring me one of the apples from the tree.
You try to follow and walks through the tree.
Out of range. You're blurry. You're very blurry.
You gotta put your hand up here and do the thing.
I know I am.
You gotta give the camera a high five.
Hold on.
Just gotta do the
More
close
light.
face thing.
There we go.
Here it goes. So she looks. I rolled a natural 20 for that roll, DM.
For which roll? Oh, the history.
Whichever. Yeah.
But he's gonna do something? By all means.
All right.
First, what's the history?
But either way, natural 20 on that history. So, Rusted Peaks history with dragons. Rusted Peaks has had a somewhat thorough history with dragons in general. First of all, it's an ore-rich mountain range, which means, of course, especially when dragons were a little more prevalent on Zaria, you know,
They
a pretty
died there.
common set of territories. With that in mind, it was a very, very intense battleground during the reign of the Vestrusian Empire. Which was when Vistris, the dragon goddess of domination, decided to impose her will on most of Zaria circa about 1200 or so years ago.
Which I think half of it might have been missed.
Would Zen know any of that?
As far as the Vestrusian conflict, I'd say that's give me a history check. Given that it directly involves a dragon god and a lot of, you know, a straight up draconic empire, your DC's not that high.
I'm going to look over at Shannon and.
It's an 8.
8.
Okay.
The Vestrusian Empire. It was a subject that was optional in your primary school, and you kind of opted instead for the rundown on combat techniques, dragon riding. It interested you a little more. Who needs info on old wars? That's what you get with that 8.
I'm gonna roll to see if I let a seeker swim. Okay. So she's gonna go ahead and walk towards the people that are gonna be the delegates as soon as they have lunch. So she's gonna take a minute for just taking a breather. Is thinking over the last 2 days. And she is going to use. You said counterspell is what I need? Counterspell or.
Curse.
Counter curse. In this case, remove curse. Or just, eating an apple.
I'm going to. Yeah. I'm
any.
going to use some of that apple. What do you call it? Apple sauce that we made from that. And I'm going to start with that.
All right.
We made applesauce from the golden apples.
Sure. Yeah. Let me go ahead and roll a percentile. See if that's enough to snip it in the bud. Nip it in the bud, not snip it in the bud. What am I thinking? All right.
This is probably not going to be, but that's okay.
95. So, as soon as you start eating, you immediately feel pain rack through your body, and then almost like... Well, you feel pain rack through your body, and then it almost feels like your stomach, just by purely magical means, has completely voided itself of any nutrients, and you start hammering down as much of that applesauce as you can muster to put in your body. Eventually, you get through about 3 jars in as much time as would make a competitive eater blush. And then you feel that burning dissipate. Rolled high enough that it worked. And the only way it works with a consumable like that is you end up eating a lot, like a goddamn compulsion.
Venestra DM'd you. Just
Let's see here. Right. Yes. I have a well, actually, hold on. Let me double check something in the rule book, just to make sure.
my tooth.
Gotta be sure. Okay. So with that specifically, you do not proc anything using that ability. Keeping that as fake as I can. Nothing rings off as concern. I'll put it that way.
Angel's gonna just go and greet for the delegates for lunch because they set up the lunch plans for the entire grouping, and is going to send a mental thought to Lillian to get her to cook for the entire grouping of warriors up there, considering that's going to put everybody on deck, and Ezra is going to be pissed.
Okay, message back from Lillian. I'm sorry, I'm cooking for who?
The dwarven delegates you're supposed to have that arrived.
How many dwarves am I cooking for?
Let me look. How many is it, DM?
5 delegates, and as far as the bannermen, bordermen, and general guard that are with them, trying to do some basic math by, doing an area of there's this many horizontally and this many vertically and multiply. About... there's more than 3,000.
Well, considering that we have up to 80 that live in the lower part of the decks and the quarters, we can handle that.
3,000. You're going to have to reimburse me for my entire spice stores.
I want you to double check
I
my
won't serve a
bedroom.
dwarf unseasoned food.
Lillian, check my bedroom. Back of the closet. Double tap the back wall.
Okay. You're going to owe me. My tail is going to be numb after today.
Ask Ezekrin to get on it.
I'll also remind him not to eat any of them.
I'll handle that.
I've got it.
She'd like...
You go be that glorious warlady, We'll pass.
Okay. Hold on. Violet still has 3 bodies in her bag. Tell him if he doesn't eat them,
How
he
long
gets
has
to
she had
skin
those?
them. They're rather fresh. They're from the abyss.
And how long
It's
has
only
it
been a week. It's only been a week.
They've still been festering
With
in
no
that
air.
bag for a week.
With
Even regardless
with
of
no
air.
air.
Bag of holding, no air.
Yeah, sure. There's no air.
So there's no way for them to have worms on them, Joe.
Vacuum
I
sealed.
didn't say
They're
anything
vacuum
about
sealed.
worms. I didn't say anything about worms. That said, gases still try to escape corpses. So opening that vacuum seal,
It
I need
is
you to
a
roll a con
frozen-
save against putrescence.
TM, they did bring a frozen bag. Specifically for the bodies.
Oh, you
For
put them in a
skin
bag of
cracklings.
colding. Okay.
Yes, for the crackling.
Oh, right.
For the skin
Bag of
cracklings.
holding, not bag of holding. I misspoke. I am so sorry.
Bag of colding. Skin cracklings.
God damn it, Vanestra. Okay, yeah. So, a few frozen corpses later, you swear you can hear, even without the magical link, the, yes, this will do just fine.
I've also got a book.
Wait,
for
sorry,
you,
that's not
if you're
his,
lucky.
that's not his proper voice, but I need to get into
I also have a cookbook for you.
will do just fine. There we go.
Yes!
Gotta squeeze the throat. Gotta try and sound like imperfect Cell. Hey,
He is-
Daddy.
Oh, stop. So bad. So bad. No. Okay, so
I'm Five Guys, burgers and fries.
so we're eating like our long lunch before they actually have like a party because the nighttime is going to be a party.
Mhm.
So what does lunch look like
So,
in the elven home?
you know, elven and dwarven cuisine. There are rarely ever examples of a difference in culinary preference as stark as that, particularly from elven bureaucracy and dwarven military.
Except for those dragon people, they eat spicy food.
Yeah, dragons are a different case, but largely, there's a lot of refined seafood and you know, really light, really easy, really clean. Like, you could probably live a couple of decades longer for eating this kind of meals, along with the elves.
Ah, Vanessa's going boop, boop, boop. Hold on.
Because their homeland of elves and dwarves
Loves
eat
her
spice.
spice, because her homeland of elves and dwarves eat spice.
Yeah, which, to be fair, the
Yeah.
elven food is not, you know, is not poorly spiced. But like the contrast and difference here, it's let me put it this way. It's classical
Apparently,
French
Shepherd-
versus deep South Cajun.
Yeah, apparently shepherd's pie is dwarven, according to my D&D cookbook.
Miner's pie, actually.
can be-
It's delightful.
It's beautiful. I love that so much.
Instead of doing the mashed potatoes, I actually did thinly sliced potatoes on top, and it worked really well.
No, lettuce pie was so good.
Roasted with Parmesan and a lot of olive oil.
So, question? Did they make a miner's pie? Is there a miner's pie on the table?
Miner's
Considering
pies are the meals that are supplied to the, you know, we've got a little less coin among the militants, like the privates and the people of lesser rank. Miner's pies are easy. You can share them. It's dense. It's calorie dense. It's hearty. It's going to get you going, right? And it's solid food.
Angel's gonna supply Banog to this place.
Banog would go damn good in a miner's pie. As your mince.
Got a question. We got some craft brews for these.
Oh, yeah.
brewers.
Oh yeah, they brought their
yeah.
own shit too.
I'm letting you know. I brought that thing that they make in that one place that actually knocks the dwarves off their feet.
Blackout stout.
Yeah. Of which also,
worse.
among the many things that the dwarves brought with them, they also brought
a kind of unfamiliar brew that it seems like specifically the chain buster contingent, his guards, have. It seems to be, weirdly enough, a sort of dwarven mango ale due to their proximity with Shihu.
Ooh.
Ooh. I don't like beer, and that sounds good.
I'm gonna roll something real quick. Okay. Nothing that you detect. Yep. Okay,
So
back
as
on
we
topic.
all- So what gets served for lunch? Because we're all going to sit down as delegates, and everybody's sitting at a table going to talk about business and eat food.
So of course there's the
'Cause
dwarven
dwarves
mango
would
ale.
rather eat
There's the miners' pies. There's the seafood spread that the elves in particular have preferred, as well as a number of luxury pastas and things. All in all, I mean they're still in a cold climate. They're what they are eating, even for the lighter foods, are like the heartier versions of it. But that said, as well, the dwarves also not against eating seafood, as basically what is produced for them. Basically, a massive ass would make yo Cajun Uncle Hector jealous as shit. It
Are
is
there greens, beans, potatoes?
banquet table sized fucking crab and lobster bowl.
Please tell me there's greens, beans, potatoes.
Oh, fucking everything. Like,
Yes! Collard greens! Is there monkey bread on the table?
yeah, it's all manner of hearty
Hell
shit.
yeah.
Yeah, spiced meats and sausages.
Spicy.
I don't understand that though.
Dwarven andouille is fucking crazy.
Oh, what? That sounds great.
And it's thick. It's about the size of a forearm.
She's gonna look over at
Like, could we
Go ahead.
have maybe some, like, dry, like venison jerky?
Yeah, I mean, there's jerkies and
Jerky's
things.
more for, like,
Yeah, there's jerkies
Yeah,
and things that some of the, especially the dwarven troops, have in their packs that they're munching on, which they're the heftier ones that are munching on the jerky, saying, "I've got to watch my figure," and the fucking calorie density on this goddamn jerky. Like, no, this single strip of meat's likely gonna add another 20 pounds to this bitch.
so they're sitting there eating. Everybody's eating. Angel's got a plate full at this point. All the kids are eating. Is everybody eating? Is Avery eating? Is Vanessa eating? Is
And
Anna
also, Vanestra, for your question of sniffing the food, curious of how spicy it is, give me a perception scent check, since you're sniffing to permeate the level of
I
spice.
like the spicy food. Crap.
if I know Vanestra, she has her own spices to add.
Oh, I'm sure.
There's Angel like. There's not enough space. You live in a place where we like kimchi with every meal.
$19 plus. Okay, well.
19 plus.
Roll 20 decided to crash. Lovely.
Okay, roll 20. Roll 20. Oh, sorry. It was a 19. Blah, 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 blah. Anyway,
19 plus 16.
19 plus 16. So,
Be at 35.
35, yeah. Yeah, your nose is fucking incredible. And fucking impeccable. And you glean pretty quickly. Especially for dwarves, and even more so for Duragar. Angel would know this already. Ghost pepper and habanero and Trinidad scorpions are their paprika.
We have that.
Yeah. Those peppers are their paprika.
I know, and Angel likes all types of foods, so there's not a problem for
They
Angel.
aren't in there
He's got-
already, are they?
Oh, it's all,
Yeah.
I mean, all over the dwarves
it's already
food
mixed.
already
It's-
mixed in there, yeah.
If you did, you gotta roll to see if you got the right one.
First big bite, and his face turns beet red.
Why do you think the dwarves are so short? So the food has less far to travel down before it comes flying out of our arses.
he's gonna run towards the punch bowl, and he's just gonna stick his face in the punch bowl.
Angel knows not to insult two people's
Seemingly
food. The
not bothered.
dwarfs.
Draconoid races may just generally have an easier time with this anyway, since they're used to volatile substances just coming out of their fucking throat.
Mm-hmm.
Xanon is at the table,
Poison
sitting.
resistance also absolutely helps, yeah.
He's not eating, but instead holding a cup on the table, leaning back, and just looking at the doors, sizing them up.
Sizing them up. Okay. What kind of information is he largely looking to glean here? Just from observation.
From what I remember about the dwarves, is they have like a clan structure type of
Yeah,
thing.
sort of. Clan, think about it like Royal House has kind of joined with like a workman's union in that sense. Like family is business, business is family.
I would just try to
Angel's going to hand him some ice cream that she keeps on hand if it gets too spicy.
He just sticks his tongue down the center.
Plot twist, it's Tabasco ice cream.
No, it's not.
Wait, no, I just thought about that. That would be foul. The vinegar, no.
It's like a chocolatey mint ice cream, just to like get
Bee
your
would
tongue
look
to
at
calm down.
Avery- Bee would look at Avery, eyebrow raised. What's wrong, Avery? This is mild.
Why are you
Angels-
bitching? This is
Angels-
basically Taco Bell.
I want to telepathically convey the experience of a low spice tolerance to this.
So you
Vanessa.
telepathically convey just ah!
Yeah, pretty much.
I want to know their rank in sort of the.
Okay, so
Their
kind of trying
ranking
to glean
in noble
They're
house.
only
military
five of 'em.
expertise. Yeah, given your background, you may have at least some manner of way to gauge this. So, go ahead and give me, I would say, history check. Given that you haven't really been strictly
All right,
directly
then.
exposed to dwarves,
Consider
your DC is
shifting
gonna
your
be a little
body
bit higher,
into
but
a
this
bird.
is gathering it from context.
For a
clues.
dwarves,
What?
you could shift into a dwarf.
But would that give him the spice tolerance?
Yeah.
Right, my stats stay the same when I shape shift.
Hey, Joe, if he shape change into a dwarf, would it give him the same amount of space tolerance that a dwarf has, or would he just be screwed
He's just
in
changing
general?
his shape, not his resistances.
Just a shape change, it wouldn't do shit. I could pass for a dwarf until I tried to eat dwarven food.
The only benefit is at that height, the shit happens faster.
He used 2 inspiration.
But
It's a 14 total.
I don't think it would. I think it's the same thing. It's just a shape change.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
One of the unfortunate side effects of being a changeling, as much as you can morph all of your body, you unfortunately can't really morph your taste buds.
Can't morph anything except your appearance. That is the caveat to change.
Rest in peace.
Angel's going to mentally give him the visual because her smell ability is to literally show him which ones are too spicy for him.
Yeah.
And which ones are not. You're welcome. You're welcome.
And to clarify again your question there, Xanon, that would be a history check. Again, your DC is a little higher since you don't have direct interaction with dwarves in your history. But
I make a plate of appropriate spiciness for like.
fair enough.
There you go.
Which, to be fair, is like taking a small portion of anything that's meat and then like mixing it in as a seasoning into everything else.
Angel's giving him because of her pregnancy, she's literally showing him what's the spice level in versions of color so he can pick out which ones are the least hot.
Fair warning,
Any
the
red,
greener it
orange, or
is,
yellow is
the
too
hotter
damn
it
hot.
is.
Some of the yellow is fine.
Some of it.
Some of it.
By the way, if it's really wrinkly, you might want to call in to work sick for a couple of days, you wussy. Because you're going to be stuck to the privy for a while.
Listen, call me all the names you want. Just don't make me eat that pain. that
We're
pain
not making you
anymore.
eat shit. You're just not handling it. This is clearly like a half-drunk, already cocky, like most likely dwarven lieutenant. His insignia is very much from the Magma Buckle crew. So heat is something he's probably already very familiar with. Go on, size it up, I'll dare you. Let's see who can last longer with this one. And he just dives his hand like fist deep into his miner's pie and pulls out a pepper that is almost coal black in color with twinges of blue on it.
Oh,
Angel's gonna grab it from him.
Hey,
This one, right?
Right, that's mine. I was gonna make a bet.
That color
Are you sure?
belongs on food.
As she puts it straight into her mouth.
Roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. That is a 30. It's a natural 20.
30 was the
He was
DC
waiting
for that fucking pepper.
competition to begin. Got another?
That was made especially by Wildfire's root. It was fire spirit. It was a
Safe to
pepper with
assume that
legs.
Most of their ales are heavily spiced as well.
A lot of them. Not every single one, though. You know, it's still a matter of preference where, you know, like, as far as your liquor cabinet, yeah, you're going to have culturally a large preference for one type of flavor, but you still may also want something smooth or want something woody or, you know. stuff like
Sweet.
that. So they've got a variety.
so do they
Yeah.
eat a whole bunch of spicy food just to feel something in their stone cold hearts?
This,
Do you say that out? Do you say that out loud?
Vanessa
She's
coming
not
out.
here. She's not here. She's
Racist.
not here. She's not here.
And it's a joke.
God damn it.
Piper is in Marquette
What-
right now.
But no, it's a
Don't laugh when
justification
you get
with their
that.
natural poison resistance. Like with that, my point is like their taste buds are a little bit dulled, so they got to really heavily spice things, and they can tolerate really heavily spiced things because of that poison resistance.
Angel with her spice tolerance, considering her brother makes spicier stuff, which would be Griffin. Griffin would have spicier spice cabinet.
Yeah, that's one of the few things that that's one of the few races that has spice tolerance over on dwarves, skags, because especially originally mutated skags, their whole thing is we will upchuck acid as just a natural thing in weapon. So it's
I'm letting you know that Angel's been eating like hot sauce made by her brother since she was very little, so this is like nothing.
Picture
Yeah.
Avery having a similar base talent.
You know what? Real quick.
Taste palette, yes. Taste palette to.
I'm gonna roll, because as far as hot sauces, I mean, Griffin's a hobbyist of many avenues. I'm gonna roll to see if you accidentally grabbed one of his enchanted hot
Plenty of
sauces.
time.
Ooh, yum. But he had it. No, this guy pulled the pepper out of nowhere.
Taste talent palette is
Yeah.
is. It's
Paste taste palette. Is paste spicy? Some say yes. I mean, gochujang
Okay.
is a chili paste. I'm just saying.
So yeah, just saying. That's what's kind of she's got the Korean taste palette because that's the location where she's at.
But as far as oh no.
not hairspray.
You got any Tabasco? I got Gorilla Glue. Glue.
Stop. Joe.
So, high or low?
I don't
having
know.
grabbed one of Griffin's enchanted
Joe,
bottles.
I didn't grab his stuff. The guy pulled a pepper out of the center that he had
And
made
then
by
you
a
said you were
wildfire druid.
nursing one of Griffin's hot sauce bottles.
No,
So-
I didn't say that.
You
I
didn't?
said I've had hotter because
Oh.
Griffin has had hot
had
sauce at the
hotter,
house that
okay.
he makes.
Well, you know what? Fuck it. I'm
She
still
said
making
that-
that roll in case Griffin wants to spike one of the pies.
Like he would do that with all the children.
Continue,
present,
Amber.
'cause
I'm sorry. I just cut you off.
I forgot what I was saying.
Oh, damn it. Sorry.
Running out of time, we're all getting delirious.
No, I'm not really delirious. I'm waiting for him to actually have a conversation between the dwarves.
Okay. Natural 20. Yeah, Griffin does absolutely spike one of the pies. And you see him pull out a hot sauce bottle, which looks like his closest replication of this old bottle that he used to enjoy as a kid called Valentina. However, it is glowing.
Yes, we have had this before. It's a horrible thing. Angel's looking at him like, please just put it in front of this man. Please just put it in front of this man. Please just put it in front of this man.
Yeah, Angel, you don't even need to roll a history check to know what this is. This is Griffin, the lovely chronomancer that he is, imbuing hot sauce with time magic. Which means, as soon as the heat starts to fade, time reverses on the heat and it comes right back. And it just won't go away. Until
Please tell
you
me that he
drink
takes
milk.
his infused. Please tell me that he takes his infused piece of pie and puts it in front of this man.
Why don't you try this for? Whoop, wrong voice. This is not the right end piece.
You're put. Okay, try again.
Boston.
Why don't you try this
Joe.
for me, bud? This. I mean, let me put it this way. Do you consider yourself a milk drinker? What kind of offensive question is that?
Let's see, just take a bite. Please tell me he takes a bite.
Milk
Please tell me he
drinker?
takes-
Are you serious now? You're trying to get on my head side. And he takes the whole thing and downs the whole pie in one bite.
Oh!
You know, competitive eater style, just shoving the whole fucking thing in your mouth and then trying to cram it in there.
So he,
No, that's
he
what
unleashed his will.
This is reasonable. I can't close my mouth. My son is so as well. My son is so
Oh my god, it's so slow. Oh no. Griffin. He's alerted to something in it.
You ain't never know what the nuts.
Nuts.
Okay, do you... Oh boy, shit. So, okay, hold on. Do you happen to be,
Can I telekinesis his throat open?
I mean,
Is that a thing?
You could, fuck it, you can certainly try. Give me an arcana or medicine check.
Griffin.
Where's Piper when you need her? Oh wait.
I have epinephrine. I have epinephrine. You gave me epinephrine.
Are you allergic to brass compound?
Death.
It was necessary in the creation of the potion. Potion?
Well, that's a soft 15. Does that work?
15. You are cramming his throat telekinetically open.
I am going to.
Hey, I brought us a few precious seconds.
I am going to pull the pie out of his throat. With my other hand of telekinesis, we're gonna do
So
that.
he did chew this. You are shoveling out chronomantically spiced mush.
I'm going to put it in the in the skag barrel.
And as soon as bits of it flake off and hit him on the face, you see him break out in hives.
I'm gonna use my epinephrine. I'm gonna put epinephrine.
Dwarves
on
are also
him.
resistant to disease, mind you. That said, allergies can
It's
also
just that hot.
spontaneously develop when
Yeah, so
introduced
she's
to a
gonna
new
like,
substance.
she's gonna shoot him with the epinephrine real quick. And they're like underneath the table, be real discreet about it.
How was stabbing him supposed to help?
It's she like she
What the fuck?
nothing happened.
Right. That's the spiciest thing I've ever eaten.
All better.
Hold on. Ale's coming back.
She puts the bucket next to him. Just in the bucket, buddy. In the bucket. She looks over at the delegates. Can we now have an actual discussion instead of a
You'll
pissing
get more
contest?
ale.
Oh no.
He stumbles up. I challenge you to eat whatever the fuck is in
can't
that
sleep.
pie.
Can you sleep? Can you sleep? Can we get sleep?
I cast sleep.
Yeah, so, he was rapidly losing HP, so he doesn't have much left to resist sleep. He just...
She's going to heal him. She's gonna do heal wounds. Like, for 3d12 for this guy.
I accidentally almost killed a soldier with my cooking. Okay, that's a good sign.
I don't think this batch made it this time. I think it's now a war crime. Because that's through him mentally.
Another dwarf casually walks over, sees the bottle.
Pretty sure this falls under chemical warfare.
So what you see there is that there's not chemical warfare. That there's just keeps coming back.
Bad cooking.
She's gonna
The flavor's not flavor's not bad. Ugh. Is it hot in here? Did anybody light a new fire?
really.
Can I try some?
You know what? Fuck it. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, by all means.
Don't.
I tried some and it wasn't sausage at all.
All right, yeah. Trying that hot sauce? It's reasonably hot. It's not the hottest thing that you've ever had, but then it gets right up to a point where it's just like, you know, touching your eyeball with fucking pepper seeds. And then it fades away, and then it comes back, and then it fades away, and then it comes back. And as Griffin mentioned, it'll only stop once you finally drink a bit of milk. Excuse me. But for the sake of getting back on track, let's move away from the hot sauce for a moment.
Good plan.
Either way, among the various fields of officers, military men, dwarves of all kinds. There's these 5 that you are confronted with.
They're the only ones in the castle. The other ones are in the house.
Yep. And the actual delegates are in the house. The military men are
That's
in
right.
the castle. So. There it is. Okay.
Avery next to the offended elf after he chokes on his food.
Yeah. Let's see who goes first. Okay, well, that's easy enough. On topic, with a lot of her, of course, foolish cohorts, when having a fucking allergic reaction. Eldgri Hilda, Magma Buckle. Well then. So, I guess I'll start things off. First of all, as I mentioned, Smeltmaster. I deal in the making of the steels, the iron, and the bronzes, and pretty much just about anything else involving metallurgic works. I'd personally be willing to offer a trade deal with your city down in... Sorry, what's the name of the place again? Is it Sheeny? Sharney! Excuse me. Sorry. Underdark pronunciations are a bit of a rough spot for me.
And she's going to speak in Dwarven Sharney.
Sharney. That's much better. Right. Either way, we trade in refined metals and metallurgy. With that said and that in mind, as much as we may offer the steel and the bronze, basic components for a lot of necessary machinery, as we know you're working on a rail system, might be helpful. We also offer refined and pre-built weaponry, if that be necessary, for you and your kind, given your subtler interventions in certain rebellious engagements. We're on the border with you. We know what's going on. Now, that's what we offer. In exchange, what we personally want. Also, we'd be willing to offer shipments of garnets in case that tickles your fancy. There are some deposits of sapphire in and around the city of Sharney that we'd be having a vested interest in terms of regular trade, use in refined jewelry making, not to mention magical application for that sort of raw rock substance. Not to mention there is drowish iron that does occur in some deposits down there near where you are. We might find use for that particular metallurgy, or for that particular metal in use for metallurgy, making certain alloys and whatnot.
Okay. It's too metal. This is too fast. Too fast. Slow down. Okay. Anything else that you could offer us?
Given that this is a weapon trades alliance, naturally preempted with that, armaments and potentially even siege armaments that come with our make and our ilk. I mean, I'm sure you've been exposed to at least the Duragar variant of a ballista.
How do you have a deal with the Duragar? The Sapphire City is very well known to me.
Our more shadowed cousins.
I have been given the name the Heartbound.
Right. To which we intend to honor whatever means that title may come with. But we only have interest in ore deposits in your territories, not theirs. As dealing with them would involve a whole other series of negotiations, and Duragar famously don't really have much of a keen liking of a surface-dwelling variety.
I don't think it has anything to do with one side or the other. If I remember correctly, it has to do with the fact that there was a marriage agreement that fell out.
Marriage agreement, marriage agreement. What can I say? I'm already taken.
I'm not talking about you.
They were for a time. I've gotten letters.
That old man loved his wife until the day she died. Still carries her locket around his thing. Couldn't marry anybody but his son, on the other hand.
Older de regard gentleman. Bit of a weight hit.
But his son is the one he's offering the hand for. And the son is much younger and much more handsome. We danced many a dance at the party.
Being in Sable Earth, we've had a good many generations to learn to be patient with the nature of our negotiations. So, if by this you mean to suggest that maybe we'll have to have a third party among the Durgar, we can wait as long as we're not being outright refused here.
You're not being outright refused. But I will have to talk about the West with the Drow, considering they're very tense. And the Dryad that live in this area.
Especially considering we're asking for Drow iron, I get it.
Not just Drow iron, you will interrupt the wildlife and the foliage, and we have just got the worms to calm down.
Right. Well...
But I
perhaps
can ask the dragon that lives on the outside and inside of the city if they might know a place that would be better for you to dig from.
Then maybe as a lesser negotiation, maybe something to bring up at the third-party meeting. Less mining rights and more trade agreement in raw material.
You got any sapping equipment?
Any what now?
Sapping.
What's this one's named?
This is Venestra. That equipment has not been... She looks over at Venestra in the middle of the time. That is advanced equipment. You don't use that here.
If you got an inkling of technology that might prove useful, that may absolutely sweeten the deal.
It will not be utilized. Oh. Hold on. Let me look it up. I think I know what I'm talking about.
Brain and ignorance kicking in. Hold on.
Hold on. I'm tired and I can't remember because I listened to about serfdom and it's hitting a bell, but my brain isn't doing it.
Isn't it? It sounds like a pretty archaic technology. Aren't you just shoving a stick into a tree and letting the tree bleed?
Digging a covered trench.
This is what she's trying to get at. We don't usually dig in the areas that we're digging. They're usually used by what your abilities, which is using stone itself in order to not disrupt too much of the stone in its movements.
Right.
But I'm going to let you know that your digging spots are going to be after people over the top of people's homes, which is why I am skeptical about the situation. Trading might be the best route for right now.
Right.
Until I can move them above ground and into safety spaces.
But what I'm gleaning here, this is an open avenue at least. Are you taking your notes? And she looks over to her shoulder to what looks to be either a dwarf, ironically with dwarfism, short bastard, or really heavily bearded gnome.
Yes, I'm taking notes.
Why? Look, I pay a premium, and it looks like you're just being slow at it. Sorry,
Sorry, she talks fast.
she's not really talking fast. Are you okay? You seem a little tense.
That's right, that hot sauce. Sorry, I'm a little distracted.
I'm letting you. Angel has a quill going at the same time, writing everything down. I've got this. I'll send you a copy.
Okay.
Go ahead and enjoy the food.
Yes, enjoyment. That's what he's.
We call him Boulder. And, that's a long story. Anyway, so it sounds like...
Continue.
Anyway, we'd be willing to trade in siege equipment and refined metals, even in refined metal products, from that which we're asking for. As far as pre-made materials, largely weaponry and siege equipment, with maybe an additional negotiation, maybe more domestic materials like hinges and what have you. But that'd involve getting in touch with the carpenter smithies.
Which one's the one that she is the miner, right?
She is the smelt master, which it seems. Oh, I fucked up. Hold on. There's the ore master. That's the miner. So we'll. You are talking to the very old one right now. We'll say that because she's talking about the mining and shit. In exchange for those raw materials.
So a question I have for you.
As the dwarf transforms into the old lady dwarf. In exchange for those raw materials, would be willing to get you raw iron, raw garnet deposits, raw copper, even.
I'd like to negotiate access to your relics sealed off areas. Before I just go do it myself.
What?
I live in Sharney, on top of a Velix relic. At the top part of the city is a set of a Velix situation. My city was owned by the Velix.
We're disinclined to be unveiling old ruins and therefore old curses. Whether it be
She
the Velix
takes Avery's hand.
Whether it be Velix remnant or ancient human.
She puts Avery's hand on the table. I need to access the Velix ruins. To find an item.
That's a heavy ask. Relax.
I either will do it with permission or without.
You want
and
access
I'm going to let you.
to it.
She looks over at Griffin.
Then we're gonna need some guarantee of access to the Drewish iron and the sapphire.
She looks over at
We'll
Griffin.
have to be advantaged in that secondary negotiation if you want access to obelisks of bad luck.
Obelisk of bad luck. She looks over at Griffin and over at Avery.
Sorry, what do you mean obelisks?
The mountains are where the Velix sat.
She's already kind of feeling like she's said too much.
What happens if I use mass suggestion?
The target will know they're charmed after it expires.
How long? Let's see if we can at least get through the part. Yeah, the duration's 24 hours on this shit, so it'd be good.
Just for this one. Just for this one woman. I just need this one woman.
Yeah, but she does seem like a
kind and soft woman, and it is, you do see the fear in her eyes light up as you basically are asking about acting against habit for a superstition.
I'm going to make you very well aware. Go ahead.
Vanessa says, yeah, but we want a long-lasting agreement. I kind of agree with that, because if she finds out she's confirmed.
She looks over at this woman. I'm going to let you know something about where I came from. My mother was one of the slaves of the Velix. I was almost drowned a total of 4 times in my lifetime. My brother, my adoptive brother, was forced to work for the Velix and will destroy items of Velix ruins, and has destroyed many of them on this plane. But from what I've read, the only reason that you don't have any disturbances is because you keep burying them down. And you keep putting them in the Underdark where we can get to them. The further you bury them, that they go the other direction. Don't you know that?
Okay, to clarify that communication, they're not like pushing the ruins down, they are just burying them and
yes.
not.
But another way to come out would be come out the other side. And as you spoke, the West was taken over by the Velix for some time as well. Do you want to explain a death of, like, a civilization, considering that you keep burying them?
Burying the Velix.
If this is a persuasion skill check, I could grant her expertise in it.
You could push my expertise. Could we push the expertise, considering he is a level 20?
That would involve changing the rules of the spell itself.
Well, considering that you're going to be above level 20, this is a question I would ask for the DM.
So let's clarify. You already have expertise
in persuasion.
Expertise in persuasion. So would the spell have any effect given that?
No, because that's the way it's worded, but that's a question.
Well, again, I have a skill roll specifically for trying to push magic beyond what it's normally used for. So...
Can we do a vibe check?
If you want to try and use that spell to further bolster her regardless of the existing expertise, you can roll me a vibe check.
Oh, there's some expertise for you to gain for yourself. Ooh!
Now, again, the DC for this, because it is pushing a spell beyond its normal limits, will be relatively high.
Right. Good thing I've got a plethora of inspiration.
Come on.
For inspiration. 5 inspiration. 6 inspiration. Damn it. I should have gone with that 18 I had. 7 inspiration.
I'm sorry, I'm just remembering, Ethan. It's another nat 1!
You know what? I don't think I'm gonna get much better, and I'm running low. So that's 15 plus 9, 24.
24.
That's pushing it.
Okay. 24 vibe check.
And what was that? Everything
You ready to roll the persuasion?
Okay. You didn't quite reach the DC to do it
successfully without consequence. You did do it successfully with a drawback, so this will count as a hemomantic exertion. So as you try and push the spell beyond its normal limits, you watch blood vessels burst on your hands as you are casting the spell. You take a point of exhaustion.
I am going to use my persuasion with that.
That
and
said,
I'm going to...
because it is a success but with consequences, add an additional +7 on top of your +14, so +21.
So a 19 plus 14 is 33?
33 plus
Plus
7.
21?
Oh, 33 plus 21.
Uh-huh.
Jesus. So 54 persuasion.
Uh-huh. And that means his level goes up in vibe.
God. Yeah. So are you proficient in vibe checks, Avery?
I'm proficient, not expertise.
Expertise.
Okay. Given that success with a blowback, you do not have full expertise yet, but I will say you will be allowed to add a +2 to your vibe checks for now, as just a permanent thing until you are able to turn it to expertise. When you do turn it to expertise, that +2 gets removed and gets replaced with the +7, 8, whatever. So
she's gonna look over it.
2.
So she's gonna look over at this woman.
Okay, but either way, 50, what? What was it, 55?
54.
54. Yeah, no, so Volk up in the heavens looks down and is like, you know, even I'm kind of buying what she's selling with a fucking 54.
Avery kind of has his hand under the table as to not to give away.
Yeah, as you release that magic to bolster her persuasive ability, you immediately feel some of your own cognitive awareness and general awakeness just kind of start to fuck. You feel like you lost a night of sleep trying to do that, but you feel like it lands, and you can already see blood vessels twisted and messed up as they are. There are now speckles of red just kind of underneath that skin in ways there shouldn't be.
Straight back down and go right back.
I'm gonna take Aiko for a nap. You gonna take Iva for a nap? Nap with Aiko!
I helped with the royal negotiations. Let's go to sleep.
I'm to go back unless she wants to. If she's still feeling awake, I'm not gonna drag her.
She might be. You never know. She might be able to drink somebody under the table.
If she wants to keep enjoying the.
And to clarify your question there, Venestra, with what angel does angel have with the dwarves not wanting to unearth the ruins? There may be useful things in
Something
terms
in
of
there for Avery.
Yeah, there may be something in there for Avery. There may be Velik's remnant in there that are trying to rebuild. There's any number of what ifs involved with that could become bigger problems by just leaving them buried rather than directly intervening.
But if you think about pushing everything to the Underdark, that becomes the upper layer of the Underdark. The more they push things down, the more they bury things. They're just going to go the other direction, go out.
It's under the under.
The core of the planet. That's why when we go down there, you see the core is the sun.
All right. So yeah. You'll have that excavation supervised. After you find what you need, or destroy it therein, the leftover ruins will be buried again.
She looks over at Griffin. Griffin, what do you do to ruins?
Ruin them worse. Fair enough. So that settles that negotiation.
But I will
Again,
tell you, I'm not giving you access to the aura yet until a trade agreement is made.
then I will expect us to be advantaged in that trade agreement, given what we're exchanging for it.
Yes, but I will need an heir to kind of work that situation as well. You'll have to make a decision amongst your grandchildren or something, or I will have to provide that for you.
I have no intent on dying anytime soon, Wheeler.
That's what they're offering. They do want to make a bond between above and below.
I'll see if any of my scions are willing to enter the dating pool.
Technically, there is somebody already dating, and she puts the letter on the table that she's been keeping in quiet.
Shall I look over this later?
I think you should. Considering they're your grandchildren, not mine.
Right.
I knew that would come in handy.
De Frubelin's negotiation has been crossed off. Access to
you
buried
also might want
relics and human ruins. Exchange secondary negotiation.
I had to remember we had to have that.
Yes.
Yeah. They're already seeing someone in secret from their villages.
Yep. Roll in now a D8 instead of a D10 for the remainder. Next up, Yoram Stormgrog, the Brewmaster.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
First of all, the trade we're willing to offer.
We would look at the dwarf. I'm surprised. Belik would look at the other dwarf delegates. I'm so surprised. I'm surprised no one suggested drinking contest or a spice eating contest yet. Wait until we're done with negotiations.
I will say, in the background, on smaller scales, those are already happening. I mean, it's a fucking army contingent of dwarves. But
I also can't drink. Be up to Nicodemus to hold my honor. Or Griffin.
so, you're all.
Clear, Avery is, after his meal, going to try to get a long rest.
Absolutely. I will mention, also Piper does have coffee that can nullify exhaustion. There is that. Capulus medicus.
It still has the drawback caveat.
Oh, yeah.
We still have the
true.
drawback caveat. That's what we're working through. That's part of the stuff that she's going to Marquest for. She had to go pick up the drought that they were testing. That's
Right.
one of the reasons she wanted to go to
So-
Marquest at all.
Plus,
It's-
Avery hates coffee.
As far as what we're offering, largely brew and trade, alcohol, you know, the enjoyable imbibation, the enjoyables, that lovely laced substances. Now, in regards to that as well, I must say, I do also deal in flammable refined fluids, oil extractions and what have you.
We would look to the other dwarf delegates.
Well, I already
Try
said
the
Eric.
ones- Oh,
I
you
said
did?
that. Yeah. So, Angel's looking over at the cell. I've met one of your contingencies, or one of the close. Did they tell you that they'd come and left me this very strong liquor that basically their father was drinking for years? And
Did I come here
made
for
him
no fucking
crazy?
reason? Did someone already get ahead of me?
she pulls out that liquor that he had made. The what is it called? It's the one with the Gatorade mixed with the other thing, that you drank that one time, and it's basically the equivalency of that.
Yeah.
I met with those dwarves.
Antifreeze.
I pull up the antifreeze because I have it in my bag.
Fucking dirty bastard. Right.
I don't know if this is the same liquor, but this thing could barely basically kill an orc.
Well, it looks like you got all your liquor deals already squared away.
Not all of them. Lillian would like for me to make an actual trade agreement with some dwarfs to make something a little bit spicier than the antifreeze, not antifreeze.
Good, good. Sounds like a great option. Now, we've been experimenting already with fungal spirits. We'd like access to perhaps some of your more edible cap varieties to continue such experimentation.
What about dragonberry experimentation?
Go on.
I have a surplus of dragonberry at my disposal as she literally pulls the bushels that her grandfather gave out of her for the past couple of, like, just one handful of bushel that she has.
Okay, sounds like a liquor exchange, just general good trade economy. Sounds like a good idea. I think we're in a good spot.
I'm guessing he wants the dragonberry. They haven't been seen for a while, have they?
Dragons haven't been seen in roughly 200 years. Most dwarves do live a little bit longer than that. This dude looks like he's middle-aged. And he looks at it with sort of a longing. You can see the longing nostalgia in his eyes.
She pulls out a bottle of strawberry and dragonberry wine. Would you like a taste of what my grandfather makes before you make any crud judgments? Because
he unscrews a brandy glass from his shoulder pauldron, or I should say brandy cup.
He just got
It is steel,
in his shoulder.
and he just sets it down. By your freaking means.
she pours it gently. It's got that cinnamon and strawberry with that dragonberry wine in the bottom.
Picks it up, and despite it being a brandy glass, he's holding it like a wine glass, and all really doing the wine connoisseur.
Strong. It's extremely strong.
Hold on. Let's make this a little real. Right. I think we can.
It's very strong.
I'm already thinking of plans. Yes.
I will get you in touch with the brewer.
Right. And in terms of militant exchange, again, we deal in flammable substances as well, so in case you want to lay down oil on top of your foes and watch them roast on the battlefield, we got means.
We might need that in Jihu. We might need that in Jihu. It's not the jungle that we're worried about. It's not the jungle that we're worried about.
I think you're a little less excited for fire than you should be.
Considering I'm part dragon, she says as the little dragons pull out of her hair and start like literally burning.
You're just proving my point.
I'm gonna have a question. Have you seen that big giant? You've been around Jihu. Have you seen that big giant blood titan?
Oh yeah.
That's my son Paul.
Paul is his name, is it?
Yeah, his name is Paul. Like Saint Paul.
Fascinating.
I found a rule that says you can't benefit from more than one long rest in a 24-hour period. Does that stand in this campaign?
Yeah, not really.
Well, I don't know. Considering.
Balance-wise, here's the thing. As far as game pacing, I haven't really had anybody take a long rest in more than one long rest in the 24-hour period. So it's kind of a new circumstance.
but it is.
I've been doing this shit for 5 years. I don't care.
Rules. Rule is.
Well, usually when it's just normal talking roleplay, we usually let somebody if they need
given
to
that
have
this
a
is
long
likely
rest.
social engagement right now, I don't care.
Okay.
If you
If
guys
it
are
was-
going
if it
dungeon
was, like-
crawling, then that's when
Yeah,
I'll give
no,
a shit.
that's
But,
that's I don't give a shit.
Yeah, but
As long as I don't pull 1 to 10 weird things in one conversation, we're good. Because I'm not gonna do that. She looks over at this man. So, are you okay with meeting with him as soon as possible?
I think so.
Okay. She hands him the dragon bush. I'll give this as a good faith payment.
Oh. I haven't seen a garden of you in good 2 centuries. Oh, I missed it.
And she hands him the bottle, and you can keep the bottle. Because I can't drink and I'm tempted.
As he stares at the bottle, let me roll to see if he accidentally loses hold of this.
Oh no.
As he stares at the bottle, suddenly a slightly dizzying aura starts to exude off of him.
Oh my god, it's the dragon!
I need everybody who is within about, I think it's
How did that
30
get
feet
in my bag?
to roll a Constitution saving throw.
How did that get in my bag? How did that get in my bag?
So most dragons of Zaria have been missing for about 2 centuries.
This is the ale. This is the ale wyvern. This is the ale wyvern.
It seems to, well,
Which means that there's more than one wyvern
as
that
this
decided
aura
to take.
starts to exude off of him, for those near him, even though there will be con saves involved regardless, Angel, Venestra, and Xanon may roll nature checks.
With a natural 20 on my nature check. Ba-dum-tiz. Ba-dow-bow. Oh man, that guy again. At least he's not the high one. There's the
Nat
high
20
one, there's the drunk
for
one.
Venestra. 35. Good God. Good God. Good God. And then, of course, for Xanon.
That I got a natural 20 as well.
Nat 20, Nat 20. And
What'd you get, Avery?
no, not
Rolling
Avery.
something.
It's just
Oh, Avery,
you,
no?
Xanon, and Venestra, the dragonoids.
What you got?
Xanon, your nature check.
It's 10.
10. Okay. Given the kind of reputation these fucking things have, 10's enough. This dwarf, this brewmaster, you are all very slowly realizing, as this aura comes out, and again, con saves all around, is a polymorphed alehouse drake.
Oh my god! I'm going to reach across the table and tell him you can go home whenever you like.
And the con saves are to avoid his drunken aura. You can feel drunk if you fail this, being just near him.
I already got a natural 20 for my freaking aura one, and I got a natural 20 the second time, so I'm probably gonna fail a con save in a minute, so it's fine.
22 for the con
22, you're
save.
fine. 30 from Venestra, you're fine. Go home. I didn't go with the crowd when they left. I like people too much.
I'm letting you know my grandfather will get you back and forth if you want to go home and just see people.
I don't. I like people too much.
Enjoy
and he's
yourself.
whispering this to you in Mochizuki script.
Oh my god!
As in the briefest half second, you see his eyes flit to sort of whiskey brown draconic slits before flitting back.
He goes back and forth on his own anyway. See him at the frickin' alehouse.
Though it is, I do miss Ryu's garden.
It's the friend of that one guy. That one guy had a friend and he
His
left.
roomie that went fucking missing, yeah.
And he thought that his roomie was left him and nobody wanted to
He
be his
abandoned
friend
me.
anymore.
No, I just like people more than I like you.
Poor man. I'm letting you know that the friend that you have is a little lonely without you, she says in Mochizuki script.
Fucking good. He's a twat in company. He was also a fucking cock blocker.
Yeah, he did end up sleeping with that one Bergen that lives there. So,
Like I said, cock
anyways,
blocker.
that's that one day handed. Can we go to the
Speaking of which, this dwarf suddenly leans in close to Angel and is speaking in pure cryptics for the rest of you, and it's a little confusing for a moment while he's
and
exuding
Angel's
this aura.
going back and forth. So how many bottles do you want when I go back?
As many as you can fucking get.
I'll bring you a barrel.
Have auto translate, then you hear all of that. Yeah,
I'll bring you a barrel.
that'll do. Yeah, one thing that is nice about drakes compared to dragons and other draconoids, drakes don't necessarily always take hordes, as they are considered like lesser things and draconic steeds and what have you. But some of them are personable enough to have other traits with them. So
She pulls out a small dragonberry bush and hands it to him under the table.
thank you, and I think our negotiations will go quite smoothly.
She has like 7 at the house, but giving him 1 is not going to be a big deal.
All right. And then back down to forgetting Jesus notes.
What's going on?
Nestor is trying to clarify some mechanics to me.
There we go.
Okay.
All right. 3 characters left.
Oh, thank God.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's
just want a
fitting that she
party.
lands in the middle. As finally, get a big and bright chest. She finally saunters over. Okay, so still feels weird talking about this surrounded by people. I want to. I already
Considering that
said
I've
it. Do I
been
need to say it again? Yes, you need to say it again.
No, she doesn't.
I know. I just like messing with youngins.
All right.
So you know what I want to open?
I need you to give me a shoe name. And if you call them Uggs, I'm going to basically bap you across this entire
Uggs,
space.
how dare you? How dare you? No, not Uggs. But bit of militaristic irony and a bit of a laugh. What about this? The daintiest Sabaton.
I don't hate it.
Sabaton's an armor plating that you put over a shoe.
For a starting name, we'll take it.
For a starting name. Hey, and a dwarven brothel, I think it'd be quite humorous with the beards and everything. You don't know how many will be accidentally swinging on both sides of the fence.
I kind of like the lacy Sabaton, though.
The lacy Sabaton. I like it. You're supposed to offer her something in exchange. Shit. Right. Wait, but I'm just looking to franchise. I'm not part of a major house or
So-
nothing.
No, for the franchise, this is what the actual requirements are, just for Avery to know, considering this is how the brothels run that I run, okay? The brothels are run that you take in any woman who is downtrodden or about to lose their children. Those are the rules. Any spouse that comes to you beaten or broken, you will take them in and you will have them work in your space. Should they steal from you, you will take them to the authorities. The authorities will know of them. That's a situation that works. But you will see to them, you will house them, and if should they want a job with you there in the business, you give them a job being a bartender, a woman of the night, or something of that sort so they can work their way out of the situation.
Woman or man of the night, right? Because I've been to a couple, and some of them have some very pretty men.
Yes, both. It's a both sides situation. And I support the franchise that my former teacher has passed. But I will offer you this as long as you promise me that you will either find a spouse or someone to live with, so therefore you have backing. And I think partner of your choice. Whether it be 3, 4, I don't care. Just figure it out.
I know I'm technically not supposed to ask 2 favors.
Mm-hmm.
Many a year older kin are quite pretty. And I'd like to form a correspondence with maybe one of them.
Have you already met this person? Honesty gets you far with me.
Yeah.
Have my cousin meet with me and I'll sanction it.
She looks over in the crowd of rambunctious dwarves and looks dead at specifically, brain just turned right off.
Deep gnome.
Nope.
Elf. Oh, orcish as well. That's an option too.
The sister member of your fucking liquor angels, and I'm drawing a blank on the race name and the character name.
Oh, the liquor angels, which are those are children.
They're
I'm
not
talking
adults?
about my children.
Yeah, they're adults.
Yes, they're adults. So
Yeah.
she's asking. Do you still have a
She
boyfriend?
Said you said that one of your kin. Which
Oh, she. I did think that the kin like that. I was talking about like small beans. She looks over it. You still have a boy as well that lives at our house. Want to explain that one to me? She looks back at her Arkan child.
Right, fucking. It's not Ale Arkin. It's
It is an Ale Arkan, Joe.
It's Ale Arkin. Okay, right. Yep. There we go.
She looks over at them. You want to talk about this threesome that you've been having?
Mom, I've never met this dwarf.
You want to lie to me?
I'm too drunk to try.
Mm-hmm. So are all 3 of you a throuple? Is that what we're dealing with right now?
Kind of a quartet.
Or is... I would have liked to known that earlier, but I'm okay with that. As long as I get to know the games of my grandchildren, I'm fine.
I feel a little young for that person. I want to give it a bit.
Give yourself some time. I get it. You're an angel. You've got time.
They're angels. I'm just a dwarf.
I'm talking about the Arkan. All I need to know is that y'all are happy, but you won't marry until after I do. Publicly. That's the rule. Soul binding
The
is
rest of
fine
the
outside
delegates
of the
are
situation.
just giving Gearbiggen just a befuddled glare. I'm sorry, did you just want to come with us to get escorted to a let's meet the parents meeting?
Pretty much.
That and open a brothel. Oh my god. All right. I just...
I don't need to question where you're sleeping tonight. Just try to keep it down, please.
preferably between two enormous slices of bread.
I got that. I got that.
Yeah.
She looks at her children. I am
They're
like,
ale
it's like,
Arkans
I'm
anyway.
going...
He's just kind of part of the whole situation.
She looks over at her daughter. We're going to have words. This poor child. Like, she's looking at this poor girl like, why? Why is this how you had to meet here? Why is this how you had to do this?
Honestly, Mom, we figured setting the tone for how you really are in front of a bunch of delegates is a healthy move.
As long as they're alive and healthy and breathing. Well, there are
She
some
is
of
now,
the ones that we
anyway.
Care to clarify that?
Nope. And they spit off.
That look.
She looks over the other two delegates. Can we finish negotiations, please? Because I am going to have to chase an ale Arkan, and I am not ready for this.
Okay, Elt's Hilda, Magma Buckle, the Smeltmaster. Kind of already did half of that before I realized I was talking about the wrong person. But yes. So, smelted products, produced ingots, alloys, and what have you, and blah, 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 blah.
Mm-hmm.
In exchange, some equivalent produces, honestly, art exchanges. And that sort of thing. We run furniture businesses, we run furnishings, we run construction. We do metallurgy. We do any bit of house building that isn't strictly the Masons. The Masons are actually one of the few houses that didn't come to this.
Why not?
They are currently indisposed with defensive installations. We'll put it that way. They, once they get a chance to be freed, assuming they survive it, will be along. But I wouldn't count on that being this week. They're rather deeply entrenched.
How deeply?
Building assault tunnels under the enemy forces.
Where? Are we talking the criminal runaways in Jinru?
Criminal runaways and a number of remnant. You're making everything from Freedom Highway, so to speak, to saboteur installations, to information extraction facilities.
Some of the tunnels you're going to find will carry people that look like me.
We know. Or they do, mostly. But we know as well, because, you know. Carved stone tunnels ain't worth much without reinforcements, and we kind of...
She looks over at one of the shining pink children that are kind of like 40 of them all lined in a row. can you come here? And she whispered over them to, can you go to that location and give them some backup?
Regardless, what we're looking to gain access to is a more complicated information network. In other words, with our, at least the militant side of our engagements, rather than just the domestic and making the hinges and all the pretty things and the sconces, we'd like to probe the whisper and utilize that resource.
That would take a negotiation with my head.
And
he doesn't like to come up.
Be arranged. Maybe the messengers will be free by then. Or they'll have a new head themselves. Crowned.
Would you give my child the location and that will fix that situation?
We'll have to do that in vague terminology. The network is subtle for a reason.
She's going to give them a mental image of what her child actually is.
Understood. In which case, that opens up the gates necessarily for
And you go in twos. Remember, we don't do this in singles. We don't do this in singles.
Ne'er single.
We only send them in twos. If one falls and the other one heals the other.
Or am I a bit cautious? Nothing quite terrifies an enemy like their foes coming up from underneath them with a fucking pickaxe ready to hack off their toes.
A giant pink dragon coming down from the sky. Oh my god, that is so terrifyingly cute! Sorry, my brain did the whole cute thing. Alright, so, she looks over at the last delegate. Let's get this done, because I'd like to have either a drinking party or I'd like to do the limbo until you guys can't even stand on the ground.
Hilariously, the leader of this group ends up being the fucking last guy. And I kept rolling a D5, scaling down the dice, and I landed on it.
So.
Very nice.
This is Sarah.
With how late it is, I'm going to say this will probably be the last negotiation, and then drinking party and everything involved with that.
Yes!
The festivities will be next session. But let's get this last negotiation out of the way.
I cannot wait to see Avery Durant's naked on the table.
And I'm going to prepare a number of things, including, optionally.
It's unfortunate Avery is sleeping for the next 8 hours.
I think I might just give him an item and then bring him back out, if that's okay with you.
Okay. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. I'm going to try to prepare a number of things, including, optionally, some Dwarven WWE. But I digress.
Yes!
WWE.
Ain't
So
no party
now-
like a dwarf party because a dwarf party don't stop.
Finally,
What?
it's Yastatir Chainbuster. So, fitting that I'd be last. I'm still a little fucking befuddled at Girbigan's choice of meeting you in the way that she'd done.
Oh, I can't also wait for Burkest's episode part next week because y'all get to see a little bit of the Gold City.
Yep. The Kest and bar fight shit. It's gonna be good.
Yes!
So, Yastatir Chainburster is my name, and I am considered a royal general of a lot of the Jihu freedom fighting movement. Given our existence as a borderland to Jihu, dwarves have gone missing and been enslaved as well, alongside many of the others. After all, who do you think takes care of mining operations in a place that overgrown? My negotiation and exchange goes thusly.
Okay.
We'll offer support to the cause and to what children you seem to have already provided to that battlefield. Basically doing what you've already been doing. With that, we will act as a free line of intelligence directly to you in a military sense. We'll provide training, if necessary, in subterranean warfare to any troops of your choice if we can spare the contingents to do it. And should you feel inclined to enter into a warfront vacation, we can potentially supply a subterranean bastion on the borderlines as you.
What's that mean? Tired. The thing. Tired.
If you want to come to the borderlands, we got arrangements to host you already. And that goes for all of you.
The only thing I'm going to ask you is for support in the main cities of Shihu while the changelings take control.
Done. Some changelings are born of other changelings. Some changelings are born
I know.
of
She's basically
non-changeling
got a
folk.
changeling on her back.
I have a
I
vested
know.
interest in all of it. Lost a son to this already.
Do you have anything of his?
The youth potion they made from his spleen. He pulls it from his coat. And the same sort of swirling, multicolored ichor is familiar to that of changeling blood.
If you give me a minute. She's gonna take it from him. This will be our negotiation piece. This will be our bond. She's going to take the hour while everybody's finishing dessert. And she's going to bring that boy back.
What eventually is resurrected, unfortunately without clothes, as that's also...
She puts clothes on him. She's like,
that's
no.
unfortunately how the boy died, or formed as a boy. A rather short, maybe 7 years of age, changeling child. Who do you do this in front of? Who was able to bear witness to that? Or how private do you keep it?
I keep it private to what he says. What does he want? Does he want his delegates to watch so they are witness to it?
Yeah, given that he's kind of got a leading position among the delegation here.
So right as their dessert's about to be finished and she's done with the incantation, he lets him bring him in.
And this boy stands, again, normal humanoid physique, as changelings are wont to have despite the dwarven parentage. And the child is in their raw changeling form, trying to shift to another form, but clearly not used to the practice.
She looks over at Popcorn. Popcorn, can you show her how to change real quick?
Yeah. Why is he not talking?
How about me? Show him how to change into me.
Yeah.
I'm working on it.
And she starts to try and show this boy. This boy, again, dead silent.
Tell him where you feel the nerves pinch. We discuss this.
And he points right around where, for humans, that would
It's
be
her.
the jugular.
Little girl.
Yeah. And she gathers that it's right around the jugular, which that is where you press that pressure point hard enough. Matter of fact, you
back.
pretty much break that pressure point, and you can. It's basically an equivalent to cutting vocal cords. And this kid is completely healed, but this kid clearly just isn't realizing that they may have the capability to speak again.
My name is Angel. Can you say my name?
Your name is Angel.
Mm-hmm. He's gonna speak in Dwarvish, and your name is?
My name is Bertirat.
What a pretty name.
My dad, we shortened it to Barry.
She looks over at as they come in, and she's talking to him. It's nice to meet you, Barry. If you turn around right now, you can see a surprise.
This small boy turns around, seeing his father, and with a quick and shocked joy, bounds into his father's arms.
There we go.
Okay.
There we go.
So given that it is now just about midnight here, and 1 a.m.
Oh
for
my
those of you in
God.
Central Time.
Why are you making me cry?
There are a few central themes in this campaign for certain things that are perpetrators of bad shit and things that are subjected to it. So that has to be a bit of a repeating seed in some places. But that's a bit of a peek behind the curtain. I will say regardless, as I correct myself from saying the same fucking thing I've been saying overtly too much throughout the week. What do we want to name the session? And also,
Prelude to a bar
question. And yes, with what you are casting there, so far, seems normal. And Prelude to a Bar Fight is one option. Anybody else got any other possibilities? And again, sorry about how that dream sequence first section was structured. Forgot about the fucking Whisper Channel. I could title it just Forgot About the Whisper Channel.
Can we also prelude to a barroom blitz instead of a ballroom blitz?
I think I already have a session titled Ballroom Blitz, unfortunately, and repeats.
Damn.
Would be a little moot.
Yeah, I don't really have any suggestions. This was primarily Angel's episode.
I just had to get it out of the way. No,
that wasn't a complaint. It wasn't a complaint.
Yeah, that's going to be the last political delegation session for a little while. But that was, that's been set up for a while, and that kind of needed to.
I just need to get out of the way so I can.
Complaint. It was
other things.
It was a state of fact, but not a complaint.
Fair enough.
No, I had to get it done because we couldn't go into their territory without making that finished. Because if we went in there and we started looking and digging around in the Velix ruins where your stuff is, in the Rusty Peaks, we would have gotten in trouble. And I don't need to get arrested.
Well, a lot of the resources in the Rusty Peaks, everything, there are branches in that area that lead to a bunch of different storylines attached to each of you guys' characters. So this session was very much kind of about pushing through a barrier to entry.
I could do that kind of shit. It's like
now, of course, part of me also is fantasizing about an alternate route to this campaign a few sessions backwards. Like, nah, we're just gonna sneak in there.
Nope. We've done that before. Remember, it went horribly, and I wasn't allowed to go back to a place. I had to negotiate with food.
And sorry about the limited input I had for you there, Vanestra. Did get you a solid dream sequence. There's going to be a lot more stuff for you available going into next session. That barrier to entry thing was a big part, though, that needed to get out of the way. It's also good timing that I'm ending it here now anyway, because my scar tissue is acting up like a motherfucker. But, wait. Oh,